Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 301. That is, what is vulnerability assessment? Let me answer. So what is vulnerability assessment? As part of security testing, we may be asked to perform either vulnerability assessment or a combination of vulnerability assessment and penetration testing. Okay. So in some projects, we only do vulnerability assessment without penetration testing. But if the client has given you the permission for penetration testing, along with the vulnerability assessment, we'll also perform penetration testing as part of security testing. Okay, under security testing, we perform both vulnerability and penetration based on the client requirements and all. But what exactly is vulnerability assessment? Let me take an example. Okay, let's say there is a house, okay, your friend's house, and the friend has gone out, and the door is there. Okay, the entrance door is there, which is not locked by your friend. Okay, which is not locked by your friend. So you detected the problem as a neighbor of your friend. You have seen the front door of that house of your friend and seen that the front door is not locked. Somehow your friend has forgot to lock it. So when the friend come back, you are informing your friend saying that, you see, your friend door is locked, is not locked. Okay, you went out by forgetting your locking your friend door. Okay, so there was a possibility of risk that any robber may have entered into your house and has steal your something. Okay, but here you didn't went inside the house. Okay, you are just informing your friend stating that you went in a hurry outside, and when you are going outside you forgot to lock. And that's what is vulnerability assessment, guys. Detecting the problem and informing to the client that there is a problem in the application is vulnerability assessment. Which type of problem? Security problem. Okay, in the application, say in the application, a kind of security problem is there. If you are informing the client that there is a security problem in the application, that is vulnerability assessment. Okay, but how vulnerability assessment is different from penetration testing? In penetration testing, we should behave like a hacker, the one who intrudes or breaches or does something. Okay, steals or something, right? So in vulnerability assessment, we are only identifying the problem. But in penetration testing, we have to show the client that if this problem persists in the application, what kind of damage it can make to the application, how the hacker can hack your application or breach your data, what will happen, how the hacker may damage your delete your complete database or extract all the data of the information of the users in your account. All this stuff you can show. You can go inside and do that to replicate or simulate the hacker. What the hacker can do, you are showing the picture. In penetration testing, vulnerability assessment, you are not showing the picture. You're just identifying the problem and informing the client that there is a problem. Okay, to be fixed. What will happen if the problem is not fixed? It's none of your business in vulnerability assessment. But in penetration testing, you have to identify the problem, not only identify the problem, and also you have to show the consequences of the problem. What will happen if you don't fix the problem? You have to show. You have to simulate or put yourself in the shoes of the hacker and show the client that this is what is going to happen tomorrow. Okay, so if I take that real world example of your friend, okay, who has forgot to lock his house, friend or room of the house, and he went house in a hurry. Here, you identify the problem. As part of penetration testing, what you will do is you will go inside his house, guys. Okay, you will open the door, go inside the house, and you will actually steal all the information like a real robber does. Like that, you will collect all the items that a robber can do, and you go to your home. And after going home, you'll call your friend saying that, is your house robbed? Yes. Your friend will say yes. So I am the person who robbed your house. I want to show that what will happen if a real robber will come and steal the things in your house. Okay. Next time, don't forget to lock your house. Come to my home and collect your items. Okay. That is penetration testing. Okay. So hope you are able to get the point. Okay. I'll give a small demo of the application also, where vulnerability assessment. I'm not going to demonstrate penetration testing in this example, but I'll demonstrate vulnerability assessment, how it can be done on the application. For example, this application, sample application is, which is given here, testphp.oneweb.com. Okay, what the hacker will do is, if you're if as a security tester, if you're performing only vulnerability assessment and you are not allowed to perform penetration testing, then what you will do is, let's say on this application, I'll go to browse artists and I got 3 artists. I'll select one of the artists, guys. When I select one of the artists to see whether there is a security loophole in the application or not, here in place of one, I'll remove one and put a single quote here. Okay, in place of one, as a as security tester, I'm putting single quote and press enter. And now, what is the result you got when you put single quote and search it here, browse it here? You got some message from the database saying that MySQL, your database is using MySQL, okay, RDBMS software, which array expects parameter 1 to be resource boolean given in some line 62. So some information it is giving to the hacker. With this information, hacker can penetrate if required. Okay, but here as a security tester, your job is only to identify the problem in the application. That you see, you should not get this kind of messages when you put single quote here. Okay, when I put single quote, I'm getting a uh, kind of result saying that database message is coming, guys. It should not come. A proper warning message should come. Single quote is not allowed should come, but a warning from direct from the database is coming. This shows that there is a security loophole. That is a security defect. You can loophole or vulnerability you can call, or it is a security defect you can call, whatever it is. It proves that there is security defect. You identified the defect, but you are not utilizing the defect. Okay, you are not simulating the hacker, like what if this loophole is there, what can be done, you are not utilizing. Okay, here you will simply report a defect to the client saying that there is security loophole, MySQL injection security loophole in the application, and you will write down the steps. When I put single quote here, I'm getting this direct warning from database saying that, so this proves that there is a security loophole, like that you will insist. Okay, this is what is vulnerability assessment, guys. Okay, you'll not penetrate here, we'll just identify and inform the client that there is a possibility of SQL injection in the application. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is vulnerability assessment and how it is part of the security testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 302. That is, what is penetration testing? Let me answer. So, what is penetration testing? Penetration testing is part of security testing. Okay. When you are performing security testing as a software tester, when you are performing security testing, then either you will be performing vulnerability assessment, or with permission you will be performing the penetration testing. Okay, so anyone can perform the vulnerability assessment, guys, no one will stop. But for performing the penetration testing, we need to take permissions from the client. Okay, without having the permission from the client, we should not be performing the penetration testing. So under security testing, we perform vulnerability assessment and penetration testing, and combination of both also. But only penetration testing is allowed when you have the permissions from the client. Okay, when you have the permission from the client to perform the penetration testing, then only as part of security testing you have to perform the penetration testing. If you don't have the permission, and if you have to do the penetration testing, okay, beforehand you talk to the client and inform him what is the need of the penetration testing in this application and what are the steps to be taken in advance. Okay, before you start the penetration testing, and then once the green signal is given, then you can perform the penetration testing. So what is the difference between this vulnerability assessment and penetration testing? Okay, I will explain with an example. And before explaining with an example, let's go with a real world, guys. Real world example. Coming to the vulnerability assessment, guys. Let's say there are two houses. One is your house and one is your friend's house. Okay. So when you are in the balcony or on the terrace or something, your friend who is beside your house went out suddenly. He got an urgent call and he went out. Okay, he forgot to lock his door. Okay, you observed that. Okay, as a friend, you observed that from your terrace or somewhere, you observed that your friend is walking out by talking over call and he forgot to lock the front door. No one is there in the house, and no one is there in the house to protect the house, and the door is not locked. So there is one thing you can do. You can keep watching the door until your friend comes back and inform him or her that you forgot to lock the door. Okay, there is a possibility of the robber stealing your items in your house. That is one way. That is vulnerability assessment. In vulnerability assessment, if there are any security problems in the application, we just identify them. We only identify, guys. We observe and identify them, and inform the client that there is a possibility of the problem. Okay, because your friend went outside means it doesn't mean that robber will definitely come and rob the house, right? There are chances that robber may come, robber may not come. Okay, but it is your duty to tell your friend that you have not locked your house door, friend door, and you went out, and that is not a good thing. So take care. Okay, that kind of thing is vulnerability assessment, guys. When you are performing security testing on the application and you see some possible security risks in the application, vulnerabilities or security defects, okay, security problems in the application, it's your responsibility to inform the client saying that these problems are possible in your application. Okay, a developer will get it, client will get it fixed with the developers. Okay, that's one way. Second thing is penetration testing. Penetration testing in real world example, what happens is here also you are on the terrace and your friend is without locking the door, your friend went outside. Suddenly he or she got a call and went outside. And what you did is you went down from the terrace to the down, and you went into the, you opened the door of your friend's house, you went inside, and you took all the items, expensive items from his house, and you went with those items you went to your home. Okay, and your friend came back and he suddenly got shocked. Okay, whatever the expensive items, right, like in his or house, like television or whatever, everything is missing. Okay, he is in a kind of afraid of situation. And uh, after some time you called your friend and said that don't worry, all your items are at my house. Okay, I want to teach you a lesson, so that I came to your house. Okay, since the door was not locked, I took all the expensive items and kept it in my home. Come and collect. Okay, this is a way of penetration testing, guys. Okay, here you are proving to the client that what will happen if you don't fix the security problems in the application. In vulnerability assessment, you are not proving the client of the consequences. You are only identifying the problems and informing the client about the problems, identified problems. But here you have to show the consequences. What will happen if these security problems in the application are not fixed by developers? What is gonna happen? How much disaster it is going to happen? How much impact it is going to have on the application? What will happen? You are going to show live. Okay, that is penetration testing. We are going to be in the shoes of the hacker and will intrude and breach all the data and do whatever the hacker will try to do. Okay, we'll behave like a hacker and prove the client that because of the security problem, you see how much impact or consequences are there. That is penetration testing, guys. For this, we need permissions. So let me give an example, real-time example of penetration testing on the application. So let me take you to this application, guys. First of all, what the hacker will do is the hacker will, or software tester. Okay, software tester or hacker. So guys, these applications are open to security testing. Okay, don't perform security testing on whatever the application. You may be treated as a hacker and you will be put in jail also if required. Okay, depending on the sensitive area whatever you touched. Okay, so here these applications, whatever the applications I am showing in this session, right, they are open to, you can read here, they are open for practicing the security testing. That's why I have taken that. Okay, click on sign in. Just click on sign in, guys. Here what I will do is, first I want to identify whether there is a problem in the application. Okay, any security loophole or security defect or security problem is there in the application or not, vulnerability is there in the application. For that I'll put a single quote and I'll provide some password, random password. Click on login button. Now I am getting a syntax error. Instead of saying single quote is not allowed, you are getting a syntax error from the database of the application saying encountered something at line 1 column 62. Database is giving this error, guys. From the database you are getting this. Now as a security tester or a hacker, we'll come to know that there is a SQL injection problem in this application. So now the hacker or security tester, what they will do is they'll try for an advanced payload. This kind of payload, guys, single quote or one is equal to one hyphen hyphen kind of payload. And I'll give any random password. I don't have any access to this application, but still if I log in, I'm able to log in, and that too with admin credentials. You see how much problematic it is. I'm able to bypass the authentication without having the credentials. I'm able to penetrate into the application, guys. Okay, I am doing the penetration testing. I identify the problem that the application has a I identify the problem that application has a SQL injection problem, security problem. Okay, I can simply inform the client without login here like this. Okay, but now I want to prove the client as part of penetration testing. I want to show the consequences to the client that you see without having any credentials I am able to log in. That is the first problem. Second thing, I'm able to transfer the amount, okay, from one account to So some account, I'm transferring lot of amount. Okay, transfer amount. You see, this much of amount got transferred successfully. You see, this much of problem is happening. The hacker is able to do this much of stuff. I'm proving the consequences to whom? To the client, so that the defect need to be fixed. This is called as penetration testing, guys. Okay, we are being in the shoes of the hacker and showing the client that what consequences are possible beforehand, before the application is released into the market. Okay, so that the client knows the importance of the security problem in the application, what hacker can do, okay, in advance. So security testers are like police people, guys. Okay, they'll find the problems beforehand, before the real hacker finds it out. Okay, this is what is penetration. And don't do penetration testing on live applications. Okay, for example, if you go and do in Amazon or Flipkart or something, right? Okay, that is not a correct thing. You will be treated as a hacker, guys. Don't try all this stuff. Only practice security testing on the applications I am giving in this particular sessions. Okay, demo.testfy.net and all those stuff. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 303. That is, what is context driven testing? Let me answer. So what is context driven testing? So in order to understand context driven testing, we have to understand this statement, guys. But in order for you to understand this statement in a better way, let me explain in a diagrammatical fashion. Okay. So guys, let's say there are two applications, guys. Okay. One is military based applications. Okay. That is this kind of software is generally used by the army people. Okay. Military based application on one side. Let's say there is one application, say military based application, and on the other side there is another application which is a very simple website. You can say it's a school based. Okay, a school is using this particular application. Okay, school based application. Okay, here the school members like teachers, parents, students, staff. Okay, administration department. Okay, all the different type of roles in the school are using this application. On the other side, this particular application is used by the army people, okay, to counteract attack the terrorists and all those stuff, let's say. Okay, a kind of software used by the army people to detect whether the invasion is being done or not, and how to protect our land. Okay, so in these two applications, which application you feel as like you have to give more utmost more importance? Okay, if you leave a defect in school based application, does it become a big defect? Or if you leave a small defect in this military based application, does it become a big defect? Everyone can answer that military based application is very sensitive application and it has to be handled in a proper way, right? Utmost focus should be given while testing the military based application than testing the when compared to testing the school based application. Doesn't mean that school based application should not be tested properly. I'm saying that when you compare these two things, the kind of approach, the kind of techniques, the kind of process we follow while testing the military based application should be more better than, okay, should have like should be better practices should be used while testing the military based applications without compromising the number of resources and time, right? But in case of school based application, okay, it's not like that. We can use the techniques and we can find the defects. Okay, here we should not be worrying about budget or people, timelines and all those stuff. So different techniques, different approaches are followed in these two two different applications. Here context is different. When coming to software testing, if a software tester is asked to test a military based application, the context of the application is different. The context of this military based application is different, and the context of the school based application is different. Okay, if there is a mistake in the marks, okay, uh, it can be simplified, right? Okay, it will not cause so much of problems. Okay, so the developer can fix it and in a cool manner, and next time onwards the marks will come fine. But if there is a mistake in a military based application where a defect is missed, you see how much effect or impact it will cause, right? It may even lose the lives of our soldiers. So much critical sensitive application this is. Context is different, guys. Our testing context also should differ. Okay, so testing this application will be definitely different from the testing this application. Okay, here data is very important. Okay, they will make sure that Okay, no information is leaked anywhere. Okay, no information about the software or the people who are working on the software is leaked anywhere outside here. It can be open. Okay, this particular developer has developed our school website, we can talk. Context is different here. So now let's understand this. Okay, understand this statement so that you can understand what is context driven testing. In context driven testing approach, testing will be performed on the application by choosing the right test techniques, right test deliverables, right test documentation, and right test objectives based on the project context. Okay, based on the project context, we have to decide the right technique, approach, deliverables, process, documentation, objectives, and so on. Okay, based on what? Based on project context. If you're changing your techniques and all those stuff, that kind of testing is called as context driven testing. If you are using the same testing that you are using for testing the school based application or military based application, you are gone, right? That is not context driven testing. Okay, based on the context, if you are deciding your techniques, deliverables, documentations, objectives, process, approach, and all those stuff, that is called as context driven testing. As what works for one project, like, may not work for other project. What works for school project may not work for military project. Okay, that's what this statement is all about. So hope guys you understood what is context driven testing. Based on the context, we have to change our testing approaches, techniques, and all those stuff. That sort of testing is called as context driven testing. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 304. That is, what is shift left testing? Let me answer. So, what is shift left testing? In simple words, shift left testing is nothing but pushing the software testing towards the early stages of the software development. If you observe any SDLC model, guys, okay, first requirements gathering and analysis, then design, then development, then testing will come, then deployment and maintenance. Okay, these are the general stages of the SDLC, right? Different phases of the SDLC model. But testing is coming after the development. So what shift left testing suggests is testing should not only start after development, okay, should not start after development. Rather, it should be shifted to the left side of the development, okay. It should be shifted to the left side of the development, okay. So in that SDLC model, testing should shift to the left side so that the defects can be found early. The defects which are found early can be fixed early. Most of the defects will be found early, guys, because testing has moved to the left side in that SDLC model. Okay, so more defects can be found, they can be fixed easily. Okay, so and testing should not wait till the end of the development. Okay, so in most of the projects fail, guys. Okay, a lot of projects fail because what happens is they the testing team will keep waiting until the development is completed. Development of a particular project or product is completed. Till then, testing team will wait, and then they will start testing. They will give very less time for testers, and they will hurry in a hurry they will push the software into the market, and the software will fail because there will be some defects that are left out or missed out in the software. This generally happens because testing is not starting from the beginning. Okay, so here shift left testing approach, okay, wants the testing to be shifted to the left side where development will come, right? To the left side, what is there? To the left side of the testing phase, development is there. If testing is moved to the left side, okay, starting from the early stages of the software development, if testing has started, then more defects will be found, and they can be fixed easily, and the cost of fixing the defects will be less, and all this stuff will, all these are the advantages, guys. Okay, this is what is shift left testing, guys. Simply shifting the testing to the left side of the, that is early stages of the development, software development, is known as shift left testing. Okay, there are different methods, guys, followed by the projects to take advantage of this shift left testing. We can use some tools, static analysis tools we can use, or not just simply moving the testing to the left side. Rather, we can write better code. Okay, in the development phase itself, developer can also write better code. Okay, they can ensure that better standards are being followed while writing the code. Okay, all these concepts come as part of the shift left testing, not just moving the software to the left side, but also The development team should also take the responsibility of writing the quality code and not introducing much bugs into the software. Okay. So if in case the bugs got introduced, since the software testing has moved to the left side, the testing team will find them early. Okay, and the cost of fixing them will become easy, and also the real fixing process also becomes easy, guys. Okay, the defects can be fixed easily rather than fixing them in the later stages of the SDLC. If shift left testing is followed, the defects can be fixed easily. Okay, and cost will be reduced. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 305. That is, what is the difference between API testing and web services testing? Let me answer. So what is the difference between API testing and web services testing? Before understanding the difference between the API testing and web services testing, we have to first clearly understand what exactly are APIs. There is no particular definition, guys. Okay? There is no particular definition for APIs. So you'll understand going ahead, okay? Based on the reasons for developing the APIs, you have to understand APIs, but you cannot give a proper straightforward definition for APIs because it will become very complex because APIs are created for several reasons in the software, okay? So everything cannot be provided in a single statement or definition, right? Hence, you will understand what exactly APIs are in this session by the end of this session. First of all, the full form of API is application programming interface. So whatever the application is there, whatever the code that is written for developing the application, right? The interface to that program. Okay, we are interacting via the interface of this, okay, application known as like programming of the application known as APIs. Okay, APIs will help us interact with the programming code of the application. Simple words. Okay, application programming interface. That's why the name came like this. So first of all, you need to understand the different layers of the application and in which layer of the application APIs are created or developed by the developers. Okay, there are three layers of the application. First layer is presentation layer. Whatever you see on the application. For example, if I open this one of the application here, let's say this application, if I open, you are seeing the presentation layer, guys, the UI of the application, the graphical user interface of the application you are seeing, right? The buttons, the search box fields, images, everything you can see. That is a presentation layer of the application. Okay. So are the APIs created at the presentation layer? The answer is no. Then business layer, the layer in which the application code is written, the programming code for building the application, actual programming code for building the actual logic of the application, how the application should work is written, right? That is business layer. Here the APIs are created, guys. Okay, developers will create APIs for accessing the programming of the application. Okay, as an interface, it's an interface to the programming of the application, right? So APIs are interface to the programming of the application. So that can be done. So APIs need to be created at which level? Programming level. Okay, in which level programming will be developed or created? Programming for the application logic or whatever will be created business layer of the application. Okay, hence APIs are created at the business layer. Third thing is we have database layer where all the data required, okay, for the application to store or to retrieve, okay, to share or whatever it is, okay, to display or whatever, that will be stored in the database layer. Right from registering an account or log into the account, database will store the information, guys. Okay, so these are the three layers of the application: presentation layer, database layer, business layer is the one in which APIs are developed. And to access the programming interface of the applications, these APIs are created in the business layer. But I told you, right, there is no particular or specific definition. Okay, if you search in Google, you'll get a lot of definitions for API. Okay, everyone will speak about one direction only. Okay, only one facility of API, they will call it as a definition. But API provides a lot of things. Okay, APIs came into picture because of several requirements in the application. So if you understand the different reasons why APIs have to be developed in the business layer of the application, then you will understand what exactly APIs are. There is no particular definition, guys. Okay, so what are the different reasons for developing the APIs then? Let me explain. First of all, one of the reasons, guys. Okay, one of the reasons, functionality of the software to be used by other software. Okay, there will come a situation where a software has to use the functionality of other software. Okay, software has to use the functionality of other software. At the others, these two are different software, guys. Okay, this software is owned by one company and the other software is owned by other company. Now, this company software want to use the functionality of the other company software. They both want to work together in a collaboration manner, win-win situation kind of situations. Okay, so example I'll give so that you'll understand this statement very easily. First one is make my trip. If you talk about make my trip, I'll open this make my trip for you. Just see here what's happening. When I go to make my trip, okay, here flights option is selected, Hyderabad to Goa or something is there. Click on search button. You'll get the list of flights which are traveling from Hyderabad to Goa. Okay, on which date? July 1st date. Okay, so these are the Hyderabad to Goa flights. Okay, Indigo. Indigo is one company. Okay, does Indigo company belong to Make My Trip? No, it's a third party company. Okay, Indigo has its own website. Similarly, AirAsia is there, Alliance Air is there, SpiceJet, lot of company, Vistara, Air India, like that many flight companies are there, but these flight company details are being displayed on makemytrip.com. Makemytrip.com is one company which is displaying the flight details of different companies. So does it mean that Indigo doesn't have its own website to show the flight details? No, Indigo also has its own. Okay, the company has. If you go to Indigo, okay, go indigo.in, and if you search for from Hyderabad, it's the same thing, guys. Okay, Hyderabad to Goa. Okay, the same location, destination location, Goa, and click on. Sorry, something came in between. Let me close, or let me go here and click on search flight here. You see a lot of the list of flights which are traveling from Hyderabad to Goa, okay, are displayed here. Indigo can also display their its own flight details, but here make my trip is also displaying the details of the Indigo. Why? Because people want to compare the flights. Which flight is cheaper? What is the time the flight is traveling? Indigo flight is traveling, because not always the cost and timing everything will be suitable for everyone, right? So not always the flight timing or flight cost or duration of traveling or will be different for each and every flight. So people want always to compare different flights and choose a better flight. That's why make my trip kind of companies came, and this Indigo will pay some commission amount if any sale happens from this makemytrip.com. That's how the business works. Okay, it's a win-win situation. The Indigo will get an order, extra order from the Make My Trip, and Make My Trip will get some commission. Okay, if it sells any flight, okay, any of the flights someone has to choose from Make My Trip. Okay, like that Make My Trip. There are other websites also which Indigo, SpiceJet, and all are partnered with. Okay, so here you see the example says that functionality of software to be used by other software. Who is exposing the APIs here? In this case, whose API is exposed and given to other software? The APIs of Indigo. Okay, Indigo flight details related logic, programming logic related APIs are given to makemytrip.com. Makemytrip.com is not developing the functionality related to displaying of the. It's only displaying the Indigo details, but these details of this Indigo are coming from this Indigo website itself. Okay, how? Because Indigo website company is exposing the APIs to the Make My Trip. APIs of the Indigo website are utilized by Make My Trip to display the details as it is. Okay, whatever the details are here, the same details are displayed here because Indigo software is exposing the APIs of its programming interface to the makemytrip.com, which is another software owned by another company. Okay, that is one place. So second example I'll give you, functionality of one software to be used by other software is Google authentication. Functionality is used in Jira software. Not only Jira, guys, many places you will see not only Google authentication, Microsoft authentication, different type of authentications are there which can be used. For example, if I take you to Jira website, okay, if I take you to Jira website, and if I want to log into Jira, guys, okay, if I want to log into Jira, my account login if I say, and here it is providing me, do you want to log in with this Jira account? You want to provide email address or login, or if you are comfortable with Google, you don't have to create an account with a separate account with Jira. Rather, you can use your existing Google accounts. Okay, click on continue with Google. You can give your Gmail address and all. Okay, with this email address, I can log in. Okay, so here Jira is a different software and Google Authentication. Google is a different software, right? Google is exposing the APIs. Authentication of Google is exposed here. APIs of the Google Authentication is exposed here so that this site will get benefit from Google, right? Not only that, guys, Microsoft company is also exposing its APIs so that people who want to log in with their Microsoft credentials into the Jira account, that is also possible. Apple, many things are possible, guys. Okay, so this kind of situations will come where one software want to utilize the software, the functionality of other software, okay, to make the things easier. So that is a one case where APIs are required, because if one software has to utilize the functionality of other software, the other software has to expose the APIs of the programming interface. Otherwise, it is not possible, right? This is one of the reason why APIs are developed by the developers of Indigo or Google Authentication or Microsoft, etc. Okay, Apple, etc. Second reason why the developers have to develop the API. Second reason, okay, there is another reason. Reusing the application login for creating different customized application. So it's not login, guys. Using the application functionality for creating different customized applications. Okay, reusing the application functionality for creating different customized application. You see, I'll take an example of Visual Studio, guys. Okay, let's go to the Visual Studio website. Just search for Visual Studio download. You'll understand. If you go to Visual Studio download, it will take you to the downloads page of Visual Studio, where you see Visual Studio 2022 is there. Here community edition is there, professional edition is there, enterprise edition is there. Community is something free, guys. Okay, it comes with a limited number of features. Professional is has more features than community. Okay, whereas enterprise has even more features than professional. So if someone is okay with the community for free, whatever the features that are there in the community, that is enough, means people will go with the free download. Okay, or if there is a company who wants an extra feature for one of their projects, so they will not go with the community edition, they will go with the professional edition. That doesn't mean that whatever the features that are there in community will be repeated in the professional. In addition to whatever the features that are there in the community, professional will have advanced features, okay, that will help in the projects. Coming to enterprise, enterprise will contain community features, professional features, and also some other additional features which are more useful for some kind of companies, okay, for their projects, like that. Okay, so here developers, will they develop the community edition, professional edition, enterprise edition separately from scratch? No, first they will develop the community edition. Already they created the code for the community edition. What the developers will do is, while creating the professional edition, 70% of the features are already there in the community edition. For that, they will create the APIs and provide to the professional edition. Using the APIs of the community, 70% is APIs only, 30% additional features are there. For that, they will develop. 70% the developers don't have to recreate the code that is they have already developed in the community edition. Coming to the enterprise, let's say 80% of community and professional are already there in enterprise. So APIs of community and professional will fall into that 80% category, where developers will not develop that 80% of the code. They will take it from community and professional editions. That remaining 20%, which additional features they have to incorporate into the enterprise edition, okay, of this Visual Studio, they will develop from scratch. Okay, but remaining 80% they will use the APIs of the existing software. This is where, guys, okay, not only Visual Studio but also different softwares like Microsoft Word. There are professional editions, enterprise editions, home editions, student editions. You see, they don't have to write the code from scratch. Okay, they will expose the APIs of one software, of the same type of software but having some additional functionality, kind of, okay, customized applications. If they want to create hundreds of customized applications and release them with the different pricing plans into the market, then they can reuse the application code with the help of APIs by exposing the APIs of the application functionality, which is already written by the developers as part of one of the few of the softwares. Okay, hope you understood this point. Then third point, using the application logic for different platforms. Sometimes what happens is it's not about the customizing of the applications. It's about web application is there, but suddenly the company has decided to web application is there for the company and people are already using the web application. Now you see there got a lot of demand in the market for mobile applications, but mobile application for users is not there with this company. So application logic is already written for the web application, which is one of the platform. Now the client wants the same functionality to be available in the mobile. In that case, what happens? Do we have to write the code from scratch? The code is already written for the web application. Okay, web application code will be reused in the mobile application by exposing the APIs of the web application. By exposing, the developer will create the APIs, okay, which can interact with the application programming interface of the application, and use them in building the mobile application. If mobile application has to be separately developed, again we have to write the logic from scratch, which is not a good idea. Already the programming logic has written for web application, which is exposed to the mobile application. Okay, and mobile application development will become easier or more faster when compared to creating it from scratch. Okay, so same application but different platform. Okay, there also we have to expose the APIs. Then other one is client server communication, guys. Okay, wherever the client server communication is required, then APIs are required. Okay, so I'll explain. Like web services. Okay, client server communication over internet is called as web services, guys. What happens really is, generally this happens. Okay, if you talk about any application where the APIs come into picture are, okay, let's say this is my laptop. Okay, let's say this is my laptop. In my laptop I am opening one website. Okay, this is my laptop, guys. Okay, let's say this is my let's say this is my laptop. Okay, this is one of the browser. Let's say Chrome browser I opened. In the Chrome browser I am accessing amazon.com. Okay, amazon.com I'm accessing. So the moment I access amazon.com, a request will be sent to the server of the Amazon. Okay, a server machine will be there some at remote place, maybe in Singapore or any location, guys, in United States or in India. The server of this multiple servers will be there. Whatever the server that is near to this particular laptop will be get connected. Okay, so here this is Amazon application server. Okay, application server. Okay, Amazon application server. So where the programming logic of this programming code of this amazon.com is written? Here in the server machine. Here program code will be there. Okay, the actual program code which is developed using some programming language like Java, C Sharp, Python, PHP. Okay, many programming languages are there in the market, right? So such kind of server side programming languages like PHP, Java, okay, Python and all, Python, C Sharp, Ruby. Okay, based on some programming languages, logic will be written. Actual Amazon logic is in the server, is in the server machine. But server machine is somewhere at the remote location like Singapore or United States or India or whatever it is. Okay, this is in Hyderabad. I am in Telangana. Okay, I am clicking on Amazon.com and a request is being sent to the server. Okay, so once Amazon.com request is sent to the server, some code will run here. Okay, here in this program, in the entire programming code of the application, some portion of the code will run. Because of this running, a result will be generated. That result will come as a response back to the Amazon this laptop in the Chrome browser, whatever the browser I opened, right? To that browser, the response will come back. The response will come back in the form of HTML, CSS, JavaScript, sometimes cookies and all extra things. Okay, I don't want to go depth. Okay, these HTML, CSS, JavaScript cookies can be understood by the browsers. Browsers, since they can understand this response, can render the once you mention Amazon.com, what will happen? It will display the page for us, right? Amazon.com page will be displayed for us. You see the page. This is coming from the server, guys. This HTML code of this page, the CSS code of this page, the JavaScript code of this page, and the cookies. Any cookies are getting dropped here. All these are coming from the server machine. Okay, all these are coming from the server machine, and the browser of this particular laptop is rendering this with the help of this. Okay, so here this is called as a client machine, guys. Okay, we generally call my laptop as a client, and this is a server machine. Okay, this is server machine. Here requests and responses are traveling over what? Because this is in Hyderabad, Telangana, whereas this is in United States. Let's say how they are communicating, over internet. They are communicating because this is one machine, this is another machine, which are at two different locations, which are very far distance, India and United States, via internet over one protocol known as HTTP. HTTPS, okay, coming to Amazon, it is a secured one. So HTTPS protocol, this request and responses. These requests and responses which are traveling over internet over HTTPS protocol are known as APIs only. They're APIs only, guys. You can call this request and responses as APIs. Okay, the client and server has to use APIs to generate a request and to get back the response. They have to use APIs. But this, there is a category of APIs, guys. Okay, there are type of APIs: normal APIs and web services. Okay, web service APIs. What is the other one? Web services. These APIs are called as web services. Why web services? So especially I'm calling these APIs which are traveling over the internet over HTTP protocol to communicate between the client and server over the internet. I'm calling as web services because web means internet. Over the internet, if the APIs are communicating, they are called as web services. That type of APIs are called as web services, guys. Okay. So now you understood what are web services. Okay. Server communication. Most of this client server communication happens in case of web applications over internet over HTTP protocol. It will happen over the web. It will happen. So these APIs are called as, the other name for APIs in this case when the communication of the APIs are happening over internet are called as web services. Okay, but are APIs equal to web services? Are both same? Are APIs and web services same? No, guys. Okay. So here the main question is, what is the difference between API testing and web services testing? In order to understand the difference between API testing and web services testing, you need to understand what is the difference between APIs and web services first. Okay. If you understand the difference between APIs and web services, then you can understand what is API testing and what is web services testing. So let me first explain the difference between web services and APIs. What are web services? What are APIs? Okay. So all APIs are not web services. First point, all APIs are not web services. Here in this case, these APIs are web services because these APIs are traveling over internet. The request and response APIs are traveling over HTTP protocol, that is over the web. Hence, we are calling these APIs are web services. But do all the APIs travel over the internet, require internet to communicate? No. Okay, not all APIs required internet or web to communicate over client server. It's not required, guys. Okay, I'll show you some examples of APIs which doesn't require internet. Okay, so I'll show you some examples of APIs which doesn't require internet. That's why all APIs are not web services. Only the APIs which are traveling over internet over the HTTP protocol. Okay, they are only web services. Remaining all APIs are not web services, guys. Okay, for example, Chrome add-ons. Okay, I've installed a lot of Chrome add-ons here. You see the Selenium ID in this is the Chrome browser, guys. In that I installed an extension. Okay, lot of extensions I installed. Everyone knows about Chrome extension, right? Bug magnet is one extension, clear cache is one extension, Selenium ID, selector sub, edit this cookie. Lot of extensions are there. Okay, lot of extensions are there in the market. You can install any type of, for example, taking a screenshot, Chrome add-on like this. I'll say screenshot extension for taking okay, Chrome add-on like that. One extra extension I'm adding. Okay, screen capture. Add to Chrome, add extension. In a while, this extend by default Chrome browser is not coming with this screenshot capture, but now I added. Okay, so where is that? This is the one. Whenever I want to take a screenshot, I click on this. Is it working? How to take screenshot? I don't know. Screen capture. So how does it work? It has to take the screenshot, guys, but where it is taking, I don't know. Okay, maybe we'll go with an anyhow, this is one of the extension. Okay, so there is a video, guys, how to use it and all. I don't have so much of time to uh, go full page. Okay, maybe this screenshot, this one I know. I guess I think this is going to work. Another extension I'm installing because this extension is not perfectly working for me directly. Maybe I have to go through the video, it will work. So another extension I added, and I'm adding this extension to the here. For example, if I want to take the screenshot, guys, click on this. It will take the full page screenshot. Okay, and you see capturing the it has taken the full page screenshot. I can save it anywhere in my machine. See, I can download this screenshot. Okay, hello, and the screenshot, whatever the screenshot that has been taken has been downloaded in. Okay, here it got downloaded. Open that screenshot. This is a screenshot that has been taken, guys. The screenshot of the browser, full page screenshot has been taken. Fine, guys. Okay, like this, a lot of extensions are there. Here, how this extension is communicating with this Chrome browser? By default, Chrome browser doesn't come with this full page screenshot. But once I install it, now this this particular this particular extension or add-on is part of the Chrome browser. how they are part of the APIs of this Chrome extension are communicating with the Chrome browser internally. Does they require internet to communicate? Does this particular any of these Chrome extensions that do they need any internet connection to communicate with the browser in which they got installed? No, directly they will communicate. Directly they will communicate using the APIs. They will communicate. No need to travel over internet. So these APIs, which are not traveling over internet in place of in case of the Chrome add-ons, are nothing but normal APIs. They are not web services. That's why I'm saying all APIs are not web services. Okay, this is what is exact difference between the APIs and web services, guys. Okay, not all APIs are web services. Okay, all APIs are not web services. Coming to one example, that is Chrome add-on, different software that coexist. Okay, there may be some situations where different software coexist. I'll show you one of the software example, guys. Okay, that coexist. Here I'll take you to this particular link. So guys, by default, if I open the Word document, okay, in my machine, Microsoft Word is there. If I open the Word document, okay, Microsoft Word document by default will come with these options: home, insert, draw, design, layout, references, mailing, review, view, help. Okay, but if you install another software known as, there is another software known as Workshare Professional. Like this Workshare Professional, there are different softwares available in the market. If you install Workshare Professional on the top of the Word document, okay, so after installing the Microsoft Word, if you install this Workshare Professional on the top of the Word document, what happens is like this. If you install the software, when you open the Microsoft Word document, you see the functionality of the Workshare software is coming here. Okay, by default, Workshare menu was not there. Okay, in this you see Workshare menu was not there since the software coexists. Okay, on the top of Microsoft Word, you installed Workshare. Now Workshare options are coming extra as an additional option in the Microsoft Word. Okay, so on as an additional option, Workshare options are coming in the Microsoft Word, guys. Okay, here these options of the Workshare, do they require internet to communicate with the Microsoft Word? No. Okay, they are part of the same laptop. They don't have to travel over internet. The APIs of this Workshare are integrating with the Microsoft Word, interacting with the Microsoft Word directly without internet. Okay, so that means all APIs are not web, they are normal APIs. Okay, the APIs of the Chrome add-ons, which are interact with the Chrome browser, the APIs of the Workshare Professional software in this example, which are interacting with the Word document, are normal APIs. They are not web services, guys. That's why all APIs are not web services. Okay, all web services are APIs, but okay, all APIs are web services only, right? So but only thing is that they travel over internet. All web services are nothing but APIs, but all APIs are not web services. This is what is the difference between web services and APIs. Okay, a lot of people get confused, like what is API, what is web service. Okay, they think that both are same and all. This is what is exact thing, guys. What is API, what is web service? Testing the APIs. Okay, testing the APIs which are either traveling over internet or which are not traveling over internet to communicate with between the different software, or can be called as API testing. Web service testing can also be called as API testing, because all web services are also API, right? If you are testing either normal APIs which are not traveling over internet, or if you are testing some APIs which are traveling over internet known as web services, both are known as API testing. But coming to web services testing, all webs coming to the all web services are APIs, right? You can either call it as web services testing or API testing. Anything is fine. Okay. Okay, web services, you can call it as API testing or web services testing. Especially if you want to speak, you can call that as web service testing, or you can call it as API testing. Okay, but for all APIs, you cannot call it as web services, guys. For example, if Chrome add-on, Chrome browser is there, in that case, you cannot say web services testing in that case. Only API testing you have to call. For example, this Workshare software and Microsoft Word kind of integration is there. In that case, you cannot call that as web services testing. You have to call that as API testing only, because not all APIs are web services, but all web services are APIs. You can either call it as web services testing or API testing in case of web services. But in case of APIs, not all APIs are web services. Hence, you cannot, sometimes you cannot call them as web services testing. They have to call them only as API testing. So hope guys you understood the difference between API testing and web services testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 306. That is, what is backward compatibility testing? Let me answer. So what is backward compatibility testing? Testing or checking whether the developed software is compatible with older versions of other software or not is known as backward compatibility testing. To understand this line better, let me give an example, guys, so that it will be very easy for you to understand what is backward compatibility testing. Okay. For example, Microsoft company has recently released, assume that Microsoft company has recently released a latest version of Office. You know MS Office, right? Which comes with Word, Excel, okay, PowerPoint and all those stuff. Okay. Let's say Microsoft company has released a latest version of MS Office software. Now, to perform backward compatibility testing, we'll check whether this latest released MS Office software is working fine with older version of operating system known as Windows 8. Currently, I'm using Windows 11. Okay. In Windows 11, it will work because Windows 11 is the latest version of Microsoft, operating system version of Microsoft. So MS Office latest version will definitely work in the, most probably work in the latest version of the Windows operating system. What about the older version of Windows operating system? There may be still, there may be some people who are still using Windows 8 operating system older version. What if this older, what if this latest version of MS Office is not working in Windows 8? Who need to check? Software testers need to check, guys. Okay. So whenever a latest version of MS Office is getting released into the market, as software testers, we not only test in only Windows 11 or Windows 10, we also test in older versions like Windows 8.1, Windows 8, till whatever the supported operating system that Microsoft is planned. Okay, in all the older versions of the Windows operating system, whether this latest MS Office version is working or not. This kind of testing is known as backward compatibility testing. Okay, whether the developed software which is recently released into the market or something is compatible with the older version of the other software or not. Okay, whether they are working with the, whether the recently released software is working together with the older version of the software without any problem, other software without any problem. That testing or checking is known as backward compatibility testing. So hope guys you understood what is backward compatibility testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 307. That is, what is forward compatibility testing? Let me answer. So what is forward compatibility testing? Testing or checking whether the developed software is compatible with new versions of other software is known as forward compatibility testing. Let me give an example so that this statement will be clear for you. Okay. You see, if you are testing an older version of MS Office, you see there are a lot of versions of MS Office, right? Microsoft company has released MS Office. MS Office 2016 seem to be the latest. Okay. Let's see what is the latest version of MS Office over the internet. MS Office latest version. Let's see what is the latest version of MS Office. Even I am not aware of. Mm, it looks like yeah, MS Office 2019 is there. Let's go to the Microsoft Office and see what is the latest version of Microsoft Office available. Microsoft Office for Mac 2011. You see 2016 looks like the latest version of MS Office, guys, but there are also the older versions of MS Office, right? 2013, 2000, okay, 1998 or whatever it is, okay? So older versions of software are there, okay? But you see Windows operating system also got the latest version. That is, now I am using Windows 11. In Windows 11, whether MS Office 2000 is working or not, I want to check. That is called as forward compatibility testing. The older version of MS Office, for example, say MS Office 2000, is working properly in the latest version of Windows operating system as per today's date. That is Windows 11. As per today's date, Windows 11 is the latest version, guys. Is the older version of MS Office, that is 2000. Even though 2016 is available, but you are checking whether, because some people may be using MS Office 2000 with the Windows 11. Okay, there's a possibility. So if the company supports that, if the Microsoft company supports that, they still want MS Office 2000 users to still use latest version of can be used in the latest version of Windows 11. If that is compatible, the testing as a software tester, if you are testing whether the older version of the software MS Office 2000 is still compatible with the latest version of the Windows operating system Windows 11 is called as forward compatibility testing. Okay, now you will understand the statement. whether the developed software is compatible with new version or not, new versions of other software or not, is known as forward compatibility testing. So hope guys you understood what is forward compatibility testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 308. That is, what is frustration testing? Let me answer. So what is frustration testing? Testing a module or functionality towards its breaking point. That means, for example, if you take login functionality, what you will do here is you will try to test this login functionality in such a way that you keep logging in, logging out, logging in, logging out. Okay, you want to test to what level it can, okay, or if there is some functionality where you can add some user account, like add some records, let's say add address or whatever it is, you keep on adding the addresses, okay, you keep on adding the addresses, thousands of addresses, to see to what level the application can bear. Okay, so testing a module or functionality to its breaking point. Okay, we want to see the breaking point, guys. We want the application to crash or whatever it is, to break somewhere, to not work somewhere. Okay, testing in a frustrated way, like test the same activity multiple times or doing something in such a way that you feel like internally as a software tester you feel that there may be a breaking point. Okay, if I do like this, the user is frustrated and does something like this, there is a possibility that the application may break or crash. Okay, I have seen this happening in the applications, guys. Okay, so when we used to test, we like once the major defects are done and all right, when we are not getting even one defect, right? In that cases, what we used to do is we used to repeatedly test some activity, okay, in the functionality of the software. We used to do some kind of activities which takes the application towards the breaking point and crash the application. We used to get surprised, okay, oh, this is possible kind of thing. Okay, so repeatedly doing something or doing something so that in a frustrated way towards the application, not you are not using the application in a smooth manner, rather in a rough way you are using the application that generally users will not use, but our intention is to break the application. Okay, towards the breaking point we want to test the application. Okay, to ensure whether the application is still working fine, this irrespective of whether you are roughly testing instead of smoothly using the application, doing something crazy things in a random and repeated manner, so that some breaking point will come, some application may crash with that expectation. As a software tester, if you are doing testing, that is called as frustration testing, guys. Okay, it has different names. Frustration testing has different names, guys. You can also call it as gorilla testing, torture testing, fault tolerance testing also. So hope guys you understood what is frustration testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 309. That is, what is torture testing? Let me answer. So what is torture testing? Testing a module or functionality of the application towards its breaking point to ensure it is working correctly is known as torture testing. So if you are performing torture testing, guys, okay, you are handling the application very rough way. Okay, you are not using the application as a normal user uses. Rather, you are using the application in a rough way where you are repeating something, repeating the same thing that you are doing again and again, or you are following some steps that generally the user doesn't follow in a very rapid speed manner with an intention of breaking the application, guys. Okay, here your point is like you have to break the application, you have to crash the application, whatever you do very fast, you are doing the activities here and there, you clicking the options, selecting the options, doing something within a span of time, you are doing a lot of things to see whether the application can bear your roughness. Okay, you are very rough on the application, you are very repetitive on the application, same functionality again and again with a very high speed you are testing to see whether the application is crashing or not. Maybe for example, you can add some user records. you are adding thousands of records continuously, okay, without giving a break to the application, okay, add like that, or delete like that, or doing a set of activities in a very rough manner, okay, without giving much gap. Doing so when you are of so much speed, generally normal user will not be of so much speed while using the application, but you are in extra speed mode, or you are in repetitive mode, where you are roughly handling the application to see whether the application can break at any particular functionality or not. Okay, that type of testing that you are performing to see whether the application can handle your roughness or repeatedness, okay, is known as star chart testing. Here our intention is as software tester is to see whether the application is still working correctly despite of doing that roughness, okay. That is called as star chart testing. So we have done this torture testing, guys, after we are done with all the types of testing and when we have a lot of time, right? So ultimately, as software testers, we feel like we have to find some defects, extra defects, right? At that time, we generally go with the torture testing. So application looks very stable, but still you want to break the application, okay? That is where the torture testing is generally opted by the software testers. And there are other names for torture testing, guys. You can also call it as gorilla testing or frustration testing or fault tolerance testing. Any of these names you can call. So hope guys you understood what is torture testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 310. That is, what is fault tolerance testing? Let me answer. So what is fault tolerance testing? Fault tolerance testing is nothing but testing a module or functionality of the application towards its breaking point to ensure whether it is working correctly or not. So what exactly is this? Okay, this line is fine, but what exactly is performed as part of the fault tolerance testing? Here guys, as software testers, we generally test or handle the application while testing it in a smooth manner, like a normal user uses the application. But in fault tolerance testing, we will not use the application in a smooth manner. We are going to roughly handle the application, guys. Okay, we are going to do a lot of repetitive steps. We will be very speed at testing the things. Okay, so without giving much gap, we'll be closing something, opening something, doing some random things in a faster manner. Okay, our intention here of doing this rough testing on the application in a repetitive manner or faster manner, the only intention is to see whether the application is breaking, any functionality of the application is breaking because of our actions, these rough actions or repetitive actions, which are done in a very frequent and speed manner. Okay. So if the application is able to handle our roughness and still working properly, then fault tolerance testing is passed. Otherwise, sometimes what happens is that this happened with us where we were doing this fault tolerance testing, we are roughly handling the application with the speed and we are doing very repetitive things like adding a lot of records. Okay, if there is a functional like adding a lot of records, and suddenly the application used to crash. Okay, it was like unable to handle our speed or roughness, whatever you can call. Okay, a speed at which we are doing or a kind of repeated activity we are doing, the application will crash. Okay, it will not be able to bear at that point and it will break. The application may break. This may happen, but it is not compulsory that it will happen for everyone. Okay, so this kind of testing we generally perform after finding all the defects, and a day comes when application looks very stable and you really want to find one more defect. Even though the application is stable, you want to find something out of the some defect, or as a software tester, right, you are always curious to find some defects. Okay, so once this high level defects are completed and the application looks very stable and is working very in a proper way, and still if you want to see whether to what extent it can bear. Okay, at that time we do this fault tolerance testing, guys. In a rough manner we'll handle the application. Normal cases, the normal user will not do that kind of things, but we'll still, as software tester, we want to do something to break the application and find the defect. Okay, so that is fault tolerance testing. So it has also has some other names, guys. You can also call fault tolerance testing as gorilla testing or frustration testing or torture testing. Also, these are the other names for fault tolerance testing. So hope guys you understood what is fault tolerance testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 311. That is, what is glass box testing? Let me answer. So what is glass box testing? Glass box testing is nothing but a method of software testing which tests the code and internal program structure of the software. Okay. In case of glass box testing, okay, we can test the software by using the or by testing the code and internal program structure of the software. Here we are not using the visual functionality of the software. Rather, we are directly testing the code and internal program structure of the software, guys. Okay. For example, if I am testing this software, okay, if as a software tester, if I am testing the software, am I using the code or internal program structure for testing here? No. Visual appearance of the software is available here. But in case of glass box testing, this visual appearance won't be there. Rather, we can see the code. Okay, the code written for building this application is visible. The program structure of the software which is written for building the application is visible. Okay, and by providing the inputs to such kind of code or internal program structure of the software and expecting the expected output, we are performing the testing, and that is called as glass box testing. Okay, I'll show you a diagram here. Okay, glass box testing means whatever that is there inside the application. You see, this is not a glass box, it is a black box, because I cannot see what code is written for building this application. Something is hidden from me, right? Only the visual interface I can see, but behind this background of this, the code that is written by the developers, the program structure of the code that is written by developers is available, which is not visible for me. But in case of glass box testing, the code is visible. Okay, if you put something inside a glass box, can you see that? Yes, right? If you put some application code inside a black box, you can see that. So here we pass some input to this application code. Since we can see it and access it, and we'll get when this particular program code runs, we'll get an output. If that is an expected output, then the test will pass. Like that, guys. Like that, if you are performing the testing, that is called as glass box testing. Okay, this is too much of font size. Let me reduce. So who performs generally? Okay, in real time, in projects, who performs the glass box testing? Developers are the ones who are going to perform the glass box testing. There are other names for the glass box testing. What are the different names for glass box testing? Glass box testing can also be called as white box testing, clear box testing, transparent. Many names are there. Transparent box testing, structural testing, code based testing, open box testing, comprehensive testing. Okay, you can call this glass box testing as different names. And who performs this testing? Developers. Okay, developers are the one who can see the code, who can access the code, and who can test the code. Okay, and that testing is called as glass box testing. Okay, testing the code or internal program structure of the software is called as glass box testing, guys. So coming to the different levels of software testing, we have different levels of software testing like unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and acceptance testing. These are the four levels of software testing. In that, which levels of software testing falls into the glass box testing? First two levels, that is unit testing and integration testing, which are generally done by developers, where they can see the code, access the code, okay, test the code. Okay, so unit and integration levels of software testing falls into the glass box testing. Opposite of the glass box testing is nothing but the black box, where code is not visible. For example, if I'm asking you to test this particular software, where you can only see the visual functionality of the software, but you cannot see the internal program structure of the code or internal code, that is called as black box, guys. Okay, that is the opposite of the glass box, that is black box. Here testing performed using the visual functionality of the software without looking into the internal code implementation or structure, okay, of the program or whatever it is. Okay, that is black box, which is an opposite of the glass box testing. And coming to the four levels of software testing, first two levels fall into the glass box testing category, whereas the remaining two levels, that is system testing and acceptance testing or user acceptance testing, falls into the black box testing, where testing will be done by looking at the visual functionality rather than having an access to the code. We don't have access to the code, and we'll just test with the help of the visual appearing functionality of the software in system testing and acceptance testing. But in unit testing, integration testing, developers perform these two levels of testing by looking, accessing, and testing the code. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is glass box testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 312. That is, what is clear box testing? Let me answer. So what is clear box testing? Clear box testing is a method of software testing which tests the code and internal program structure of the software. Okay. So in clear box testing, we are not testing the software with the help of the visual graphical user interface. Rather, we are directly testing the code and internal program structure of the software. Generally, who has access to the code or internal program structure of the software? Definitely the developers. Okay, the software testers will generally perform software testing with the help of visual graphical user interface of the software. They cannot see the code, which is black box, which is an opposite of the clear box. In clear box, okay, the test will be performed. The software testing will be performed by developers. Okay, software testing will be done by the developers, where the software developers will test the internal code of the software and internal program structure of the software by passing some inputs and checking whether they are getting expected output or not. Like this, guys. Okay, as you can see this diagram here, it is a clear box. Clear box means whatever you put into the box, it is very clear outside. You can see from outside. So the application code is accessible here, visible here, right, and testable here. So you are passing some input, guys. Okay, if I just increase this, so the developers are passing some input to the application code, like some parameters or whatever it is, and they get some output. If that is expected output, this application code functionality, application code of certain functionality is working fine. Okay, that's how the developers will test. That's how the developers will test the clear box testing. Okay, is a method of software testing which tests the code and internal program structure of the software. Okay, so here developers are performing the clear box testing. There are different names for clear box testing, guys. Okay, there are several names or different names for clear box testing. Like we can also call the clear box testing as white box testing, okay, glass box testing, transparent box testing, structural testing, code based testing, open box testing, comprehensive testing. So many names are there for the clear box. And if you see the different levels of software testing, there are 4 levels of software testing, like unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and user acceptance testing. In that, first 2 levels of software testing, that is unit testing and integration testing, falls into this clear box testing category. Remaining 2 will fall into the black box testing category, that is system testing and user acceptance testing will fall into the black box testing. While first 2 levels, that is unit testing, integration testing, which are generally done by developers, where the developers can access the code, see the code, and test the code, that is unit testing and integration testing. Okay, falls into the, hence unit testing integration falls into the clear box testing. The opposite of the clear box testing is definitely the black box testing, where the software testers will be performing, software testers and end users or customers who know the business well, okay, who don't have access to the code or who cannot see or access or view the code, generally perform the black box testing using the visual functionality of the software without looking into the internal code structure or implementation of the code. Okay, here, as I already mentioned, out of 4 levels of software testing, first 2 levels, unit testing, integration testing, will fall into the clear box testing, whereas the other 2 levels, that is system testing, acceptance testing. System testing is done by software testers using the visual graphical user interface of the software. Acceptance testing is generally done by the customers who know the client side customers who know the business well, or the real end users who are going to use the application tomorrow. Okay, for their daily needs. Okay, so these two are black box. Okay, they fall into the black box where the users are the testers doesn't have access to the internal code implementation. Rather, by using the visual functionality, they will perform the black box testing. So hope guys you understood what is clear box testing and who will perform the clear box testing, what type of testing falls into the clear box testing, and what are the different other names for clear box testing. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 313. That is, what is open box testing? Let me answer. So what is open box testing? Open box testing is a method of software testing which tests the internal code and internal program structure of the software. Okay. In case of open box testing, the internal code that is written for developing or building the software, that is internal program structure that is written for or created for building the software will be tested, guys. Okay. So here we will not be testing the software with the help of the visual graphical user interface. Rather, we'll be testing the software with the help of internal code that is used for building the software, internal program structure of the software. Okay. That is open box testing. Okay. You're opening the software where the code is visible, code is accessible, code is testable. Okay. Like that you are testing the software. Generally, developers will perform open box testing. Software testers generally perform testing with the help of the visual graphical user interface. Okay. They will not be able to see the code. Okay. If they open any application like this, okay, this kind of application will be given to the software testers and they cannot see the code, guys. Okay. Whenever they click on, they type something and click on search button, the code will be running in the background, but what code is running? Okay. What is the internal structure of the code? That is not visible to the software testers. Okay. Which will not fall into the open box testing. That is black box testing. Whatever I'm talking about, what software testers generally test is the black box testing. But coming to the developers, they perform open box testing where they can have access to the code, they can view the code, they can test the code. How the code will be tested? Here to the developers, okay, to the developers, while they are performing the open box testing, okay, the code is visible. This is open box, guys. Okay, the code which is there inside this box is visible outside. So they can, by looking at the code, they can pass some test input, some data they can pass as test inputs, test data, and they will get some output. If that is the expected output, if the output is coming correctly, okay, according to the input, if the output is coming correctly, then they will pass the test. This is how the open box testing is performed by developers. Okay, because they can access the code and view the code, because they are the one who are building the code for building the software. Okay, who are writing the code or writing the programs for building the software. Hence, they perform open box testing. Developers are the one who perform open box testing, but there are several names for this open box testing, guys. Okay, a lot of names are there for open box testing. Open box testing is also known as white box testing, glass box testing, transparent box testing, structural testing, code based testing, clear box testing, and comprehensive testing. These are the several names of the open box testing. So coming to the different levels of software testing, we have unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and user acceptance testing. Okay, there are 4 levels of software testing, right? In that, first 2 levels of software testing, that is unit testing, integration testing, are generally done by developers, and they fall into the open box testing, because in this unit testing and integration testing, the code is visible, accessible, and testable. Okay, that's why they fall into the open box testing, and they are done by the developers, not by the software testers. Opposite of the open box testing is the black box testing, where the software testers or end users or client side business people who know the business well, okay, who doesn't have any technical knowledge of the code or whatever the code is written, without having any knowledge or any access to the internal code implementation of the software, by just using the visual graphical user interface of the software, these people, that is end users, software testers, and client side business people, will be performing this black box testing. Okay, so the last 2 levels of software testing, that is system testing, which is generally done by software testers, falls into the black box testing category, and also user acceptance testing. And in user acceptance testing, we have alpha testing, which is generally done by the client side business people, and beta testing, which is generally done by the end users around the globe. Okay, all these people generally perform black box testing, which is an opposite of the open box testing. Open box testing is done by developers, where they can access the code, view the code, and test the code, and they test the internal code and internal program structure, which is used for building the software. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is open box testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 314. That is, what is transparent box testing? Let me answer. So what is transparent box testing? Transparent box testing is a method of software testing which tests the internal code and internal program structure of the software, which is generally done by developers, guys. Okay, the one who has the access to the code, who can view the code, can test the internal code and internal program structure which was developed by the developers or written by the developers for building the software. Okay, testing the code of the software or internal program structure of the software which was developed or written by developers for building the software by developers themselves is known as transparent box testing. Okay, here code is visible. Okay, in transparent box testing, code is visible and accessible and testable. Okay, to the developers. So here, as you can see here, this is transparent box. The code transparent box represents the software here, guys. So the code is visible to the developers. Okay, developers are the one who write the code, right? Who create the internal program structure of the software, or who write the internal program code and all those stuff. So they can access the code, they can view the code. That's why this box is called as the software box is called as a clear box here. And the developers, in order to perform this, in order to perform this transparent box testing, they will provide test input and some input data they will provide, and they will check the output of that program. Okay, after running the program, whatever the output is coming, that they will check. If the expected output is coming, they will pass the test, otherwise they will fail the test. Okay, this is what is transparent box testing, which is generally done by developers, where they test the internal code which is written for building the software. Okay, internal code and internal program structure which is written by them for building the software. But there are different names for this transparent box testing, guys. Several names are there. Okay, people call this transparent box testing with several names. They are white, they can call like transparent box testing is also known as white box testing, glass box testing, open box testing, structural testing, code based testing, clear box testing, and comprehensive testing. Different names for the transparent box testing, guys. Okay, and also in the four levels of the software testing, there are four levels of software testing, that is unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and user acceptance testing. In that first two levels of software testing, that is unit and integration testing, which are generally done by developers, fall into the transparent box testing, where code is visible, accessible, and testable. And the opposite of the transparent box testing is a black box testing. Okay, which is generally done by the software testers or the end users or the client side business people. Okay, who generally don't have access to the code or who cannot view the code. For example, if you are given this application, okay, if you are either an end user or a software tester, okay, black box software tester, or an end user or a client side business person, okay, this kind of application will be given to you with visual graphical user interface. So here, when I type HP here and click on the search button, the program is running in the background. But as a software tester or as an end user or as a client side business person, I'll not be able to see the code or access the code which is written for developing this software, right? So this falls into the black box testing category. This falls into the black box testing category, which is generally done by the end users or software testers or client side business people. Here, testing will in black box testing will be performed using the visual graphical user interface of the software. Okay, without looking into the internal code structure or code implementation of the software. Okay, so the other two levels of the software testing, first two levels, unit testing, integration testing, deals with the code. Okay, developers will perform them, where developers can access the code, view the code as part of unit testing, integration testing. Hence, this unit testing integration falls into the transparent box testing. But coming to the black box testing, okay, we have system testing, which is generally done by the software testers. Okay, this kind of application will be given for software testers, and using the visual graphical user interface, the software testers will perform the system testing, where they test the entire application as a whole. And coming to the last level of software testing, that is acceptance testing. In acceptance testing, we have two levels, that is alpha testing and beta testing. Alpha testing is generally done by the client side business people, who know the domain well or the application well. They, according to the end user needs and expectation, they know well. So they perform that. They also use this kind of application for performing the testing. That is, they perform the black box testing. Or the acceptance testing second level is beta testing, where the software will be released into the market only to the limited number of end users or to the entire end users, whatever it is. But not for, it's not a real release, guys. It will be released into the software so that end users can provide the feedback and report the issues to the back to the company. Okay, so that testing also will be done in the form of black box testing only. Okay, no code will be shared to the end users or customers, okay, as part of beta testing. So hope guys you understood what is transparent box testing, which is generally done by developers, and unit testing integration will fall into the transparent box testing. And there are several names for transparent box testing, where the developers will test the internal code and internal program structure, which is written by them for building the software. So hope guys you understood what is transparent box testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 315. That is, what is code based testing? Let me answer. So what is code based testing? Code based testing is a method of software testing which tests the internal code and internal program structure of software. Okay. So here we are testing the code that is written for building or developing the application by developers. Developers generally build the application, right? For building the application, what developers will do? They will write the code. If you are testing such internal code of the software, which is written for building the software, and internal program structure of the software, which is written for building the software, then that testing is called as code based testing. Here we are not testing using the visual graphical user interface of the software. Rather, we are testing the software by testing the code and internal program structure of the software. Okay. Who can generally perform this kind of testing? Who has access to the code? Who can view the code? Developers. Hence, developers perform code based testing. Okay. Software testers won't perform code based testing. Developers who has access to the code, who can view the code, and who has actually written the code, or written this internal program structure of the software, will generally perform this code based testing. Okay, let me show you a diagram for code based testing, how it will be performed. So here guys, so as you can see here, there is a box here. This box is visible box. Okay, inside this box, whatever the code is there, that is visible to the developers. Okay, so developers will provide the test input, some test data they will provide for the program to run. While running the code, they'll provide some test data or test input, and they'll get some output. If the output is expected output, then they'll pass the test. Otherwise, they will fail the test. But here they are interacting with the code. Okay, they are accessing the code in order to perform this test. Developers can access the code, view the code, and test the code, guys. Okay, and this is called as code based testing, which is generally performed by developers. Okay, there are different names, several names for code based testing. So what are the several names or different names for the code based testing? Code based testing can also be called as white box testing, glass box testing, open box testing, structural testing, transparent box testing, clear box testing, and comprehensive testing. Several names for the code based testing. And if you talk about the different levels of software testing, there are four levels of software testing. That is unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and user acceptance testing. The first two levels, that is unit testing and integration testing levels of software testing, are generally done by developers, where while performing this unit testing and integration testing, developers have access to the code. They can view the code, they can test the code. Okay, that's why unit testing integration falls under the code based testing category. Okay, and the opposite of the code based testing, okay, where the internal code or internal program structure of the software is not accessible to the one who is testing the software, is nothing but black box testing. Here the testing will be done with the help of the visual functionality of the software, visual graphical user interface of the software, without looking into the internal code implementation. For example, if you are given this particular application, okay, can you see the code of the application anywhere? Only the functionality, visual graphical user interface of the software we can see as software testers, or as end users, or as client side business people who has business knowledge of how who knows the business user needs and expectation. Those kind of people generally are given this kind of application URL, and they will be using the graphical user interface for testing the software. They you see, while working with this software, internally the code will be running, but we cannot externally see the code. Okay, that kind of testing is called as black box testing, which is an opposite of the code based testing. As testing performed using the visual functionality of the software without looking into its internal code implementation is known as code based testing. Okay, so out of these four levels of software testing, the first two levels, as I mentioned, unit testing, integration testing, falls into the code based testing category, where developers will perform that. Okay, while having the access to the code, while they can view the code, while they can test the code. But other two levels of software testing, that is system testing and acceptance testing, are done by not developers. Okay, they doesn't fall into the code based testing, they fall into the black box testing category. System testing is done by the software testers, where they will test the entire application as a whole to see whether the given application is working according to the given requirements, client given requirements or not. At a high level, user needs and expectations also will be checked at a high level, but not at depth. But in user acceptance testing, okay, apart from it is satisfying the client requirements or not, they will also check in accept user acceptance testing, whether the application is satisfying the user needs and expectations, or also will be given utmost focus. Okay, acceptance testing can again be broken down into alpha testing and beta testing. While alpha testing is done by the client side business team, okay, who has the business knowledge and who knows the user needs and expectations better than the software testers. Okay, they will be performing that. After that, beta testing will be performed, which is the second phase of the acceptance testing or user acceptance testing, where the software will be released into the market for testing purpose, for collecting the feedback from the real end users who generally use the software for their daily needs. Okay, so that they can get the real feedback from the real end users. Okay, so here only the release is done for testing purpose, not for usage purpose or selling purpose. Okay, so these two, system testing and acceptance testing, fall under the black box testing category, which is an opposite of the code based testing. So hope guys you understood what is code based testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 316. That is, what is structural testing? Let me answer. So what is structural testing? Structural testing is a method of software testing which tests the code and internal program structure of software. Okay, is a method of software testing which tests the code that is written by developers for building the software and the internal program structure of the software. Who generally develop or write the code for building the software? Developers, right? So who can perform structural testing? Developers only, because they are the ones who are going to write the code for building the software. So they have the access to the they have the access to the application code that they have written, and also they can view the application code they have written. They can even test the application code they have written. Okay, that's why developers will perform the structural testing. But there are several names for structural testing. Okay, what are the different names for structural testing? Structural testing is also known as white box testing, glass box testing, open box testing, code box testing, transparent box testing, clear box testing, and comprehensive testing. These are the several names of the structural testing. But how structural testing will be performed by developers? Okay, I'll show you an image here. You see, here there is a box where code is accessible or visible, okay, or testable. So who can see the code? Who can access the code? Who can test the code? Developers. Okay, developers will provide this test input. Maybe some test data is input while the program is running. Program will collect this test input and give the appropriate output. Some result will come. If the result is coming correctly as expected, then the test will pass. Okay, otherwise the test will fail. This is how the structural testing will be performed by developers, because they can access the code, they can view the code, and they can test the code. Okay, and these are the different names for structural testing. And coming to the different levels of software testing, we have unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and user acceptance testing. In those four levels of software testing, first two levels, that is unit testing and integration testing, are generally done by developers. And while developers are performing this unit testing and integration testing, they can access the code, they can view the code, they can test the code. That's why this unit testing and integration testing will fall into the structural testing category. Okay, and the opposite of the structural testing is black box testing. Okay, the opposite of the structural testing is black box testing. In structural testing, the testing of the software is done by developers by testing the internal code and internal program structure of the software. Okay, here no visual user interface is being used by developers. But coming to the opposite of the structural testing, that is black box testing, here testing will be performed by using the visual graphical user interface of the software. For example, you will be given this kind of application which contains a graphical user interface. You can see the buttons, you can click on the buttons and you can perform the operation. But can you see any code running behind the screens? When you click on the search button, some code is running behind the screens. Okay, that code is not visible to us. That's why we call that as a black box testing, because code that is written by developers for building the software is not visible to the software testers who are testing this software by using its visual functionality like this. Okay, so black box testing is that here, without looking into its internal code implementation of the software, by using the visual functionality of the software, if the testing is performed, that is called as black box testing, which is an opposite of the structural testing. So what are the different levels of software testing which fall into the black box testing category? We already have seen the levels of software testing which fall into structural testing category, where unit testing, integration, which are generally done by developers by accessing and viewing the code, will fall into the structural testing category. But coming to the black box testing, system testing and acceptance testing will fall into this category. System testing will be generally done by the software testers, where they will test the entire application as a whole like this. Okay, so the main focus of the software testers while performing the system testing is the client's given requirement, whether the application that is developed by developers is working according to the client specified requirements or not. Here testing will be done by the software testers by using the visual functionality of the software without having any access to the internal code implementation. That is system testing. Here software testers are performing. Coming to the acceptance testing, people also call it as user acceptance testing. There are two levels, guys. One is alpha testing and one is beta testing. In alpha testing phase, okay, the client side business people who knows the user needs and expectations well, okay, and who has a business knowledge well, will will travel to the developer's site and perform testing, and that testing is called as alpha testing. Okay, they provide a lot of feedback and developers have to modify the application according to the given feedback. Okay, here the testing done by this client side business people will be done in the form of black box testing only, using the visual functionality of the software without looking into the internal code implementation. Similarly, we have beta testing, guys. Okay, beta testing means the software will be released into the market, but not, it's not a real release of the software, guys. The release is done to get the feedback, to collect the feedback from the customers, okay, to see if there are any bugs in any other platform that real customers are using in their real day-to-day needs. Okay, so just for testing purpose, the release is being done in beta testing, where end users will perform the testing indirectly and provide the feedback or report the defects that they have encountered while using the software. Okay, so the company behind the software will collect such kind of feedback or defects and then modify the software according to the user needs and expectations. Okay, so here these end users, whatever they are performing also is black box testing, because they cannot see the internal code. They will be given this kind of application URL and they will be testing using the graphical user interface, that is visual graphical user interface. Hence, black box testing is an opposite of the structural testing. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is structural testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 317. That is, what is comprehensive testing? Let me answer. So what is comprehensive testing? Comprehensive testing is a method of software testing which tests the code and internal program structure of the software. Who generally writes the code? Developers will write the code for building the software. Okay, developers will write the code and provide this internal program structure for building the software. So who has to perform comprehensive testing? Developers only will perform the comprehensive testing, because they can access the code, whatever they have written for building the software, they can view the code, they can test the code. Okay, so comprehensive testing will be done by the developers, and how they will be doing? The code will be accessible, visible, and also testable. Okay, they will provide some test data as input and they'll get some output. Okay, test output. If this is expected output, then developers will pass the test. Otherwise, they will fail the test as part of comprehensive testing. So there are several names for this comprehensive testing. What are the different names for comprehensive testing? White box testing, glass box testing, open box testing, code based testing, transparent box testing, clear box testing, and structural testing. All are these different names for the comprehensive testing, can also be called as these names. Okay, and coming to the different levels of software testing, there are four levels of software testing. That is, one is unit testing, second one is integration testing, third one is system testing, and fourth one is user acceptance testing. In that first two levels of software testing, that is unit testing and integration testing, will fall into the comprehensive testing category, which will be generally done by developers, where the developers can access the code, they can view the code, they can perform testing of unit testing and integration testing as part of the comprehensive testing. Okay, hence unit testing, integration testing falls under the comprehensive testing category. The opposite of the comprehensive testing is black box testing. Okay, the opposite of the comprehensive testing is black box testing. In comprehensive testing, the testing will be performed by testing the internal code and internal program structure of the software which is used for building the software. Right here, testing won't be performed by using the visual graphical user interface of the software anywhere. Developers will not use the visual graphical user interface of the software to test the software. Rather, they will test the internal code they have written for developing the software or internal program structure used for building the software. Okay, but visual graphical user interface won't be there while performing comprehensive testing. But coming to the black box testing, here testing will be performed using the visual graphical user interface of the functionalities of the software. Okay, they won't have access to the internal code implementation or internal program structure of the software. Okay, here whoever is performing this black box testing doesn't have the access to the internal code, okay, or internal program structure. Only they can test the software using the visual functionality of the software. For example, if you are given this application for testing, okay, and if you are testing the search functionality like this, when you click on the search button, you see everything is graphical user interface, visual graphical user interface, okay. Some code is running in the background, guys, okay. Some code is running in the background when you click on the search button, but what is that code? That is not accessible to the one who is actually performing the black box testing, okay. But in comprehensive testing, the code is visible and accessible, but in black box testing, just by testing the visual graphical user interface of the software like this, we'll be testing the software. So as I already mentioned, there are four levels of software testing, that is unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and user acceptance testing or acceptance testing. The remaining two levels will fall into the black box testing, that is system testing and acceptance testing will fall into the black box testing category, where testing will be done using the visual functionality of the software. Okay, and there will not be any access to the internal code implementation of the software. Okay, where developers have written the code, that code will not be accessible to the one who is performing the black box testing. So system testing is the third level of the software testing, and it will be performed by the software testers. Okay, it will be performed by software testers, and the main focus of the software testers while performing the system testing is they will check whether the client specified or client given requirements are, okay, are developed properly into the software. Okay, so developers have built the software according to the client given requirements or specifications or not is something that the main focus is, and a small focus will be given to the whether user needs and expectations are met in the software is that it will be given very small focus in the system testing. But here software testers will be performing black box testing as part of system testing, and they will be testing the entire application as a whole, okay, in terms of client requirements main focus. Okay, user needs and expectation less focus. But coming to the acceptance testing, here user needs and expectations comes into the major focus. Okay, apart client requirements and specifications will also be checked, but the main focus will be given to the whether user needs and expectations are met or not is the main purpose. So here acceptance testing can be broken down into two parts. One is alpha testing, second one is beta testing. Alpha testing will be done by the client side business people who has some knowledge of user needs and expectations. They will travel to the developer side, and they will give their feedback so that the developers can modify the application code according to the client side business people given user needs and expectations. Okay, using that feedback. Coming to the beta testing, here software will be released into the market, but not for selling purpose, rather for collecting the real feedback from the real customers who generally use this software in their daily needs and okay, for their daily needs. Okay, so that actual user needs and expectations can be collected, that feedback can be collected from the end users, and that is called as beta testing, guys. Okay, so all this system testing and acceptance testing fall into the black box testing, while unit and integration will be done by developers will fall into the comprehensive testing. So hope guys you understood what is comprehensive testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 318. That is, what is globalization testing? Let me answer. So what is globalization testing? Globalization testing is a type of testing where we check whether the given application is working globally. Okay? It should not work only in one region. The application has to work in different countries, regions, and all those stuff. That's what is called as globalization. Okay? What is globalization? The application, okay, let's say the application is developed in United States, but the application has to still work in India. Okay, if it is a supported region for that particular application as part of globalization, the application has to also work in India. Okay, in other countries also. Okay, so globalization testing is a type of testing where we check whether the given application is working globally, that is independent of its geographical and cultural environment. Okay, Indian culture is different, United States culture is different. Okay, geographically Indian, the languages that we speak in India are different, the language that we speak in United States is different. Like, it has, the application has to work globally, guys. Okay, the application should contain the options, okay, for the user to select so that it works globally. Okay, in simple words, testing the application which is developed for multiple languages is known as globalization testing. Okay, in simple words, if I have to explain this particular statement, okay, testing the application which is developed for multiple languages. See, only one application will be there, but you will be given an option, you'll be provided with an option in the application where you can choose the language of your region or locality. okay, so that the application can be globalized. Okay, that's how the application is globalized by the company which is producing it. So where the end users are given an option to select the language or whatever it is. Okay, language according to their region or geographical region or culture and environment, they can select the language and use the application according to their needs. Okay, for example, okay, Amazon.com. Okay, let's go to Amazon.com, guys. I'll show you how it is globalized. Okay, let's go to Amazon.com. Okay, if I go to Amazon.com, guys, here by default United States flag is there and English language is selected. But you see, what if Portuguese? Okay, Portuguese. Okay, if the region related to Portuguese language has to use application, simply select the Portuguese option and you see everything will appear in Portuguese. Okay, everything is in Portuguese language now. Okay, again, if you want to change it to English, you can change it to English, guys. Okay, so not here, here change it back to English. So a lot of other languages, Dutch language, Spanish. If you want, if the locality people of Span, okay, who speak Spanish language want to use the application, they can change this application to Spanish. That's how this Amazon.com is there globally. Okay, it's globally available. It's not only for the people who just speak English, but also for the people who can use application, who doesn't know English but who are very comfortable with the different languages, right? They can use, and this is how this application is globalized. This is how this application is globalized, guys. So this is what is global and testing such kind of applications to see whether those options are working properly. Okay, when you change to Portuguese or Spanish or whatever it is, with proper UI and proper language, proper place where the text is being the Portuguese language text is being displayed. All those things need to be tested as part of globalization testing. Okay, so whether the application is globally supportable or not. Okay, so here we don't have to we don't just test the application only in English language, but also all supported languages we have to select and test the application multiple times. You have to test the same application in different languages. Okay, that's what is globalization testing, guys. So hope, guys, you understood what is globalization testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 319. That is, what is internationalization testing? Let me answer. So what is internationalization testing? Testing whether the application can be easily adaptable by different countries and regions and cultures is known as internationalization testing. How can an application can be easily adaptable for different cultures, countries and regions? How it is possible? It is possible at the design level, that is at the development level, where the developers, when the developers are writing the code, okay, while building the application, when the developers are writing the code, the developers have to write the code for the application in such a way that in future this particular application should be able to adapt to the different culture, countries, regions. That's what is internationalization all about. Okay, internationalization of the application makes location of the application per region. Sorry, this is a localization, guys. Okay, uh, small mistake here. So internationalization, if you focus on internationalization, where the developers who are building the application while writing the code itself, okay, they are making the application ready for adaptability to different countries, regions, and languages and cultures. Then what happens later? It makes the job of localization, okay, easy. Tomorrow, if this application has to be localized for a Chinese, for China or for India or for any other country, Japan or whatever it is, it can be easily localized. Okay, the localization will become very easy if the developers, while building the application, okay, has written the code in such a way that the application code is very adaptable to get converted to different countries, regions, and cultures, languages, etc. Okay, so it all depends on the development, guys. Okay, at the design level, how the program has been written for the application to get adaptable to different countries, regions, languages, and cultures, and all those stuff. That's all about. Okay, it makes the job of localization easy later. Okay, if tomorrow if there comes a requirement where the application has has to be a localized environment has to be created for a particular region, then already the code has been written. So it will become very easy for the developers to create a localized version of the application also. So what is localization? I explained already in the one of the previous videos. You can refer there. Okay. While developing or writing the code for the application, developers will make sure that without touching the source code again, the application should be easily adaptable for different countries and regions. Only one time they have to write the code. While writing the code, they have to think and write in such a way that tomorrow, if a requirement comes where the application has to get adaptable to a different region, country, language, or culture, it should get adapted without even touching the source code. Okay, how that is possible? Developers, okay, I don't want to go very depth in this internationalization testing and go into the development how it is done. Okay, but at a high level, if we speak, the developers will create some properties files, guys. Okay, for whatever the languages the application has to get adapted to, right? For each and every language, they will create separate properties files. Okay, so they will write the code, and with the help of the properties files, by connecting the code with the properties file, they make the applications kind of adaptable to different countries, languages, regions, and culture for tomorrow. Okay, so it is also known as I18N testing, because why I means I stands for international. First word in the internationalization is I. Okay, in between last letter is what? N. So here N is there. In between I and N, 18 characters will be there. Okay. So in short, this is a very big word, right? Internationalization. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 5, keep on counting till O, it will be 18. That's why I18N testing. It's also known as I18N testing. Okay. What type of test will be performed in internationalization testing is, so like after selecting, after adapting to a particular, okay, for example, this application, while designing or developing the application, the developers have made the application adaptable to a particular country or language or region. So what they will do is, for example, a particular language is added now. Okay, a requirement came where the application has to work for this particular language. Once they select that language, is the correct language coming or not? Okay, at the correct place in the application page, there are different areas and sections, right? At the proper place and section, the text is coming or not in that particular language. Proper alignment is there or not, because different languages will have different alignments and all. Proper alignment is being done or not. Okay, and lot more, guys. Let's not go too deep into this, but you have to understand the internationalization testing. First of all, you have to understand what is internationalization testing. The applications which are adaptable. Okay, testing the applications which are adaptable to different countries, regions, languages, and cultures. Okay, so where they are while developing itself, their design is done in such a way that they are kind of adaptable tomorrow. Okay, when the requirement pops in. Okay, testing such kind of applications and testing whether adapting is being done properly or not is called as internationalization testing, guys. Okay, so hope, guys, you understood what is internationalization testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 320. That is, what is I18N testing? Let me answer. So what is I18N testing? I18N testing is nothing but internationalization testing. You see, the first letter is I, the last letter is N. I and N are the first and last letters. In between, there are 18 characters. That's why internationalization testing is also known as I18N testing. Okay. So what is this I18N testing or internationalization testing? Testing whether the application can be easily adaptable by different countries and regions or not. Okay, cultures, languages, or whatever it is. Okay, is known as I18N testing. What does it mean? How can an application be adaptable, easily adaptable to different countries, regions, languages, and cultures? It's possible by development. Okay, the way the application is developed or designed by developer. Okay, while writing the code, while the developer is writing the code, or while the developer is building the application or designing the application, the developer will write the code in such a way that tomorrow, okay, if this application need to be available for a particular country, region, language, or culture, it should be easily adaptable without touching the code. It should be available for that particular region or country. Okay, so it should be like it should be like that, guys. Adaptable means tomorrow if another country adds up, okay, application should be ready to support that country, okay, without much efforts, because they should not change the code. The code has to be written beforehand itself, okay. So internationalization of the application makes localization of the application for that particular reason easier later. What does it mean is tomorrow, okay, if the same application has to be used in Japan, okay, with Japanese language and their culture and whatever the formats, okay, regions and whatever the things, okay, if it has to be used in Japan, okay, so it has to be localized, right? According to the Japanese language, it has to be localized. The currencies of Japanese and all those things has to be incorporated. But that process should be easy, okay, to localize that environment application dedicatedly, okay, to localize that particular application dedicatedly for Japanese people to use, or Japan people to use, okay, in their own region, culture, or whatever it is, okay. It should be easier, guys, okay. This internationalization, if way before, if you are while building the application or what designing the application, if your focus is on internationalization, this localization will become easier later, okay. You can create a separate application for localized application for Japan, okay, in Japanese language and all, okay. That will become easy, guys, okay, because of this adaptability of this application, okay, while writing the code or designing the code. How that is possible, guys, okay. While developing or writing the code for the application, developers will make sure that without touching the source code again, the application should be easily adaptable for different countries and regions, cultures, languages later, okay. So without touching the source code, you should not change the code again, you should not work on the code again to for the application to be available for a different country or language or culture or region, okay. This is all possible with the help of properties files, guys, okay. I don't want to go into the development in depth, but what generally developers will do is they will write the code and they will attach this code with this properties file. So with the help of this code and properties file, they will make this kind of thing possible, where the application will become adaptable to any country, region, language, or culture in future, okay. So localization also will become easy because of that purpose. So what kind of test may be there in this I18N testing, that is internationalization testing? Correct language is coming or not, okay. After adapting a particular the application which can be adaptable to another language, after getting it adapted, okay, so whether correct language is coming or not, whether correct place is coming, this is all testing the code, guys. Indirectly you're testing the code, whether the developer have designed the code in such a way that it is adapting properly or not, by displaying correct language on the web pages, correct at the correct place, correct text is coming or not, okay, with correct language, and correct alignment based on the language and all is coming or not, okay. All these kind of tests are performed as part of I18N testing, which is nothing but internationalization testing. So hope, guys, you understood what is I18N testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 321. That is, what is breadth testing? Let me answer. So what is breadth testing? All the features of the application, that is all the functionalities of the application, are tested at a high level as part of breadth testing, but not in depth. Okay, we are not testing each and every functionality of the application in depth or in detail. Rather, we are testing all the functionalities, all the areas, all the features of the application at a high level only in breadth testing. That is what is breadth testing. If you are not testing all the features of the application in depth, but at a high level, if you are testing the all the features of the application, that is called as breadth testing. So hope, guys, you understood what is breadth testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 322. That is, what is depth testing? Let me answer. As the name speaks, okay, as the name speaks, we are going to test in depth. If you are testing the future of the software in depth, okay, that is called as depth testing. In depth, we are testing the features of the software, okay. During integration, we have to test each and every feature that is getting integrated in depth, guys, okay. Our normal case also, when you are performing depth testing on a particular functionality or feature or area of the application, that particular area, feature, or functionality of the application has to be tested in depth, in detail, okay. That is called as depth testing. So hope guys you understood what is depth testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 323. That is, what is installation testing? Let me answer. So what is installation testing? Installation testing is performed to check whether the application is correctly installed or not. Okay. If you take any software application, if it is a desktop application, guys, okay, web applications we don't have to install, right? But in case of desktop applications or mobile applications, we have to install them, right? Especially this installation testing is famous for desktop applications. Okay, in desktop applications they are famous, guys. Okay, so for example, if I'm installing this Evernote software, okay, I have to go to the appropriate website of this Evernote software, download the exe file, and double click on the exe file and click on next, okay, and select the appropriate options, click on finish, so that this particular Evernote software will be installed in my machine. Not only Evernote, but whatever the software you take, either it can be Eclipse IDE, whatever you see on my machine, or this Xmind software, currently whatever I'm using for demonstrating the notes and all those stuff. Okay, or desktop applications, guys, they are not running on the browsers, right? So especially for desktop applications, we have to perform installation testing after installing this Xmind or Evernote or whatever it is. Are they working fine or not? Are they getting correctly installed or not? All the components of this particular software are coming or not after installation. This kind of checking, okay, all the required components are correctly installed or not when you install the desktop application software in your computer or machines. Okay, it can be Windows machine, it can be Mac machine, it can be Linux machine. Okay, desktop applications can be installed on different type of platforms, guys. Okay, so and the application is working as expected after installation or not. Okay, it's not just about installation, guys. Installation should happen smoothly without any problems. There should not be any defects during the installation process of the software. Okay, and also after installing, the application should work correctly. Okay, so if the application is not opening after installing, what is then installation testing is failed. Okay, you installed a software, but you are unable to use the application after installing. Okay, or required folders in the program files are not coming, then also the installation is failed. Like that we perform the installation testing, guys. So more information about the installation testing. So as part of installation testing, we try to detect the bugs which come during installation or related to installation. Okay, and also as part of installation testing, we have to test whether our application, okay, our application, most probably that application is a desktop application, is getting installed correctly on different supported platforms. An application, desktop application can be supported by Windows machine. A desktop application can be supported by same time Mac machine, Linux, different flavors of Linux machine. In all those platforms, we are able to install or not. Different operating system versions of the Windows. Are you able to install the software or not? Like that, lot of efforts are required, guys, in order to perform the installation testing. And also, as part of installation testing, we also check the uninstallation also. Okay, installation doesn't mean just installation, and it also means uninstallation also. Okay, when you uninstall the software, or the required components of the software are getting removed from the machine or not, whether the software is getting uninstalled from the machine or not. Okay, in a proper way, the software is cleaned from your machine or not. Okay, that is also tested as part of installation testing. Okay, so hope guys you understood what exactly is installation testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 324. That is, what is uninstallation testing? Let me answer. So what is uninstallation testing? As the name speaks, uninstallation testing is performed to check whether the application is completely uninstalled. Completely uninstalled means to check whether all the components are of the application are removed from the machine. Mostly its uninstallation testing is related to the desktop applications, guys, because web applications cannot be uninstalled. Either desktop applications or mobile applications can be installed and uninstalled, right? So uninstallation testing is related to the things or the applications that can be installed. Okay, after installing, at later point of time, when you want to uninstall the application, whether the application is uninstalling properly or not, testing that is called as uninstallation testing. So when you are performing uninstallation testing, you will check whether the complete software, okay, which has been installed using the IEXE file in Windows or whatever the files in other operating systems are completely removed or not. Okay, all the functionalities of the application has to be removed. That is, all the components of the application need to be removed during uninstallation. And also, you can observe that when you install some softwares like Java or whatever it is in C program files, some folders will be there, right? Those folders or files which come with the along with the software while installing the software, right? All those files and folders also should be cleaned, okay, as part of the uninstallation process. It's not just about removing the application from the system. It also about whether the related files and folders are also removed from the machine, okay, along with the software components. That's what is uninstallation testing, whether all the components of the application along with its related files and folders that got placed in the system during the installation got uninstalled from the machine or not is known as uninstallation testing. Sometimes uninstallation testing is part of the installation testing only. As part of installation testing, we also perform uninstallation testing, or we can also separate it as uninstallation testing based on our requirements. Okay, if the uninstallation part is also very important, you can also call the testing as uninstallation testing. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is uninstallation testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 325. That is, what is path testing? Let me answer. So what is path testing? So path testing is nothing but a method used for designing or creating the test cases based on the number of the paths that are possible in the given program of the software. Okay, this is what is path testing. You will understand in the coming parts like what exactly is path testing. This statement may not sound so straight for you to understand, but I'll make you guys understand. First of all, it falls into the white box testing category, where developers will do this path testing and developers will create the test cases using the path testing. Okay, it's a kind of method where developers will create the test cases based on the number of independent paths that are possible in the given program. How can we find the number of independent paths that are possible in the given program of the software? All those things will come. Okay, next. I'll give an example here so that you'll understand everything. Path testing is a structural testing, that is a white box. Okay, white box testing method. That means developers will involve in this, which uses the source code of the application, means the code written by the developers of the application. Okay, source code means code written by developers of the application in order to find all the executable paths of testing, all the number of executable paths or independent paths of testing, and then for each and every path, a test case will be created. Okay, for each and every path that is found, executable path found, a test case will be created by the developers. Okay, that is what is path testing. With this example, now all the statements will be clear for you. Let me take you to an example. Okay, so it's a sample Java program, guys. Okay, here we have the method. Okay, we need to find we need to create the test cases for this method, let's say. Okay, for this particular method, that is the name of the method is print result method. We have to create the number of test cases, and that number of test cases should be based on the number of independent paths in this particular method. Okay, so we are calling the method, guys. So we are calling the method. So when you are calling the method, if you are passing 5 and 4, 5 will go into A and 4 will go into B, and the result will be 5 plus 4, that is 9. So here, if result is greater than 59, greater than 50 is false. So this will be skipped. And else if result less than 59, less than 50 is true. So here, result less than 50, this path got executed, right? So starting from here, this statement, and after that this statement, but this statement has not executed, and this particular statement got executed. And that's the end of the program. That is one path. Now, if I give different values like 50, 40, 50 and 40. 50 will go into A, 40 will go into B. 50 plus 40 is 90, and result 90 is greater than 50. This time earlier, this path was not executed, but now this if block is getting executed. Once if block got executed, result greater than 50 will be printed. That's it. That's all. That's the end of the program. So second path is discovered. Now what I will do is I'll give 25, 25 here. Okay, two 25s. 25 will go into A, this 25 will go into B, 25 plus 25 will become 50, 50 greater than 50 is false, so this block is skipped, 50 less than 50 is again false, this block is also skipped, and the final else part, result is 50 got printed, so this is a third path. How many paths are there in this program? 3 paths. For each and every path, developers are going to create individual test cases, okay? And this falls into the white box testing category where developers are testing this code, okay, in this format, okay, and that testing is called as path testing. So hope guys you understood what is path testing and what is the purpose of path testing. The purpose of the path testing is to design or develop the test cases based on the number of individual executable paths that are possible in the given program of the software. So that's all for this session. In the next session I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 326. That is, what is basis path testing? Let me answer. So what is basis path testing? Testing performed to derive the test cases by going through the flows and logical paths in the source code of the application is known as basis path testing. Okay, it belongs to the white box testing category, guys, will be generally done by the developers. Here, the purpose is to create or design the test cases by going through the flows, that is decisions and logical paths in the source code of the application. I'll give an example so that these two lines will be clear for you and you will understand what is basis path testing also. Okay, fine. So here is the example, guys. Okay, here is some example method. Okay, for which we have to do the basis path testing. Okay, so in order to perform basis path testing, we have to go through the flows and logical paths in the source code of the application. Okay, in order to go through the flows and logical paths in this application, we have to create a graph. Okay, we have to create a graph for this. So how to create a graph for this? So I'll do something like this. Okay, I'll just create a circle. I'll say start. This is start. Okay, start. I'll just number it as 1 and it starts here. And after that we have A is equal to 50, B is equal to 40, C is equal to 30. So here I'll give something like this. A is equal to A comma B comma C. Okay, whatever the values of A, B, C are there, the values. After that, here we have a condition. Okay, then we have a condition here. So this is number 2, guys. This part is this is number 2 where A, B, C are defined. Then we have a condition here, B greater than C. I'll go with a condition. Okay, there came a condition. I'll just name this condition as 3. Okay, some B greater than C is a condition here. So based on this condition, either the direction will go this side or this side, right? Based on the condition, either the situation may go to this if block or if not this condition, then else block. Two things. So two things will come, two sections will come here. So they are 4 and 5. Here decision making or logical flow will change based on this number 3, guys. Okay, so that's what is very important. 4, 5, and again after 4, 5 they will meet at some point. Okay, they will meet at some point, and finally the value of A will be printed. Okay, the value of A will be printed. Let's assume this is also another circle with the number 6. This is the 6th number, and finally 7 where A will be printed. 7, guys, where A will be printed, and finally the end of the program, that is 8. Okay, this is 8. This is something 8, and this is the end of the program. Okay, so this is how it looks like. But like how to generate the, by creating this graph for this particular program code. Okay, how to perform basis path testing, where in order to perform testing, As part of this testing, we have to derive the test cases or create the test case or design the test cases by going through the different flows and logical paths in the source code of the software. Okay, different flows. Here, one of the flow may be 1 2 1 2 1 comma 2. This is one path. 1 2. After the 3, in this 3, B may be greater than C. If B is greater than C, let's say it will go in this direction. So 4 will come, and 6 comma 6, and then 7, and finally 8. Okay, this is one path. What may be the other path? The other path may be, it will start with 1. After that 2, then 3, the condition may be false, then 4. Okay, 4, sorry, not 4, 5, sorry, 5. It is false, it will go to 5, then 6, then 7, then 8. Okay, like this. So two paths are coming. So for these two paths to be covered, we have to create the test cases. Okay, developers will create the test cases. Okay, testing performed to derive the test cases by going through the flows and logical paths in the source code of the application. Okay, it's called as basis path testing. Here, by with the help of this logic, the paths are going to be different. Right, here is the place where decision is being made. Because of this, if another decision is there, another more paths will come. Okay, more paths will come if this phi is also a decision point, like B greater than C. If any other decision is there here, you'll get more paths. Okay, here only two paths came, and for this each and every path you have to, the developers will create a or derive a test case. Okay, this is called as basis path testing, and with example I explained, guys. So hope guys you understood what is basis path testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 327. That is, what is benchmark testing? Let me answer. So what is benchmark testing? So before understanding what exactly is benchmark testing, let's understand this word or term benchmark. Okay, in real world. Okay, in real world, let me take a example. Okay, in real world for the benchmark. For example, let's say there is a family. In the family, there are some parents and there are some children. Okay, so you see, some examinations are going for the children of those parents, and definitely the parents of those children have set a benchmark in their mind. Okay, for them to be happy, the child has to get this particular rank. Maybe the child has to get a rank below 10 or below. Okay, that is a benchmark. If the child has scored well in the exams and cleared all the exams and has got a rank which is 10 or less than 10, then ultimately the benchmark is reached and the parents will be happy, right? This is what is a benchmark. Same thing, if you apply to software testing, we test a lot of things. As part of software testing, we test a lot of things. But there are some quantifiable things that we can measure while testing the software. Okay. For example, the software has to reach this particular quality level. Okay. Then the benchmark is achieved. Testing whether the software has achieved the desired desired state or quality. Okay, desired thing is known as benchmark testing, guys. It can be anything, guys. Benchmark testing can be anything. So testing performed to check whether the software has attained a desired state. The desired state can be anything. The example can be a desired quality. Okay, less number of defects or user load. Okay, is able to handle this much of user load. Okay, without getting slow in the speed or whatever it is. If the application is able to handle this much amount of user load, like 1,000 users visitors per how at a time it is able to handle or something. What anything can be a benchmark, guys. Okay, don't stick benchmark only to performance testing or whatever it is. In software testing, if you quantify anything and if you have something in mind, like as part of software testing, if the software has reached that particular desired state in your mind, if you want to test that, That is nothing but benchmark testing, guys. Okay. uh, it can be anything, guys. It can be any type of software testing, but if you are testing with a benchmark in your mind, so that you'll only be satisfied when there's a particular software according to that benchmark has reached the desired state, okay, then you will be satisfied, right? So for that reasons, benchmark testing is generally performed. So example, I already told you, user load. If the application is able to handle 1,000 users at a time, that may be the desired benchmark for a particular application to reach or attain a desired state. So that is called as benchmark testing. Okay, it's one of the example of the benchmark testing. Or number of defects, less number of defects are found. Okay, lot of defects got fixed. That is also a benchmark. Okay, anything can be a benchmark. Okay, testing performed. Okay, to test the benchmark, to test that current state is matching with the desired state of the application or not, is called as benchmark testing. So hope guys you understood what is benchmark testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 328. That is, what is baseline testing? Let me answer. So what is baseline testing? Baseline testing is done by the performance testing team when the application undergoes any changes such as upgrades, modifications, etc. Okay, to check the comparison of the new performance testing metrics against the older ones, okay, that were collected before. So hope you are able to understand what is baseline testing. You see, the performance testing team, okay, generally collects the baseline metrics, okay, all the performance metrics of an application. What happens afterwards is the application may get upgraded or goes through some changes due to some XYZ reason. The application has to go through some changes. After after the application upgrades or goes through some changes, okay, now we are comparing. Okay, now as part of baseline testing, we are comparing, that is the performance testing team is comparing whether the metrics of the current application that got upgraded or modified or changed, okay, with the older metrics of the application, okay, is there any difference, is there any betterment, okay, that comparison is done by the performance testing team. So let me read this statement again so that you can understand what is baseline testing now. Baseline testing is done by the performance testing team when the application undergoes any changes or modifications such as upgrade, etc., to check the comparison of the new performance testing metrics against the older performance metrics which are collected way before. Okay, that is what is baseline testing. So hope guys you understood what is baseline testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 329. That is, what is portability testing? Let me answer. So what is portability testing? Portability testing is a type of testing which is performed to find out the ease with which the application can be moved from one environment to another environment. Okay, so the ease with which the application can be moved from one environment to another environment. What is an environment? Environment can be an operating system. If you're moving an application from one version of the operating system to the latest version of the operating system and seeing whether we can easily move it or not. Okay. So let's say there is a server machine. Okay. That is an older version of the server machine and where the application code is residing, let's say. Now you are moving that application code from the older version of the server machine to the latest version of the server machine having some latest operating system. Okay, is the application still working fine? Okay, without any problems, all the components or all the areas of the application or the functionalities of the application are still working fine. And also, while you are moving the code from this particular machine to that particular machine having different operating system version, did you face any challenges? Okay, was it easy to move or it was difficult? Okay, sometimes what happens is uh, there may be some situations where environment may not be only the operating system. Maybe you may be changing the database version. Okay, the backend you are changing of the application. Okay, so backend of the application you are moving from MySQL to Oracle or whatever it is. So is there any problem in moving the application from this database software to another DBMS software? Okay, any challenges you faced, or was it easy? Okay, if you are testing that thing, that is called as portability testing, guys. Okay, so it can be operating system, it can be moving the environments like browsers. Okay, moving the application between the browsers, or moving the application, changing the database versions of the application to see how portable the application is. Okay, are you facing any challenges while moving the application from one environment to another environment? If you're testing, that is called as portability testing. So hope guys you understood what is portability testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 330. That is, what is binary portability testing? Let me answer. So what is binary portability testing? Binary portability testing is performed to test the portability of an executable application across different supported platforms and environments. Okay, so it's performed to test the portability. Okay, so moving of an application, executable application from one environment to another environment. Okay, we are simply testing whether we can move an executable application from one environment to another environment, or one platform to another platform. Okay, so usually for the confirmation to ABI, ABI means application binary interface specification. So what is this ABI, and what is the relation between the application and ABI? You see, when you develop an application, the application will be developed with different programming languages and all, and they have some compilers and all. Okay, so for this application to work on this or one of the operating system, in between there is a compiler. Okay, without that compiler, converting the code from the programming code into the binary code that the machine can understand, the processor of the application can understand. Okay, to run it, to execute it. Okay, so here comes the part of ABIs. ABIs are the interfaces using which these compilers, okay, make the application interact with the operating system. Hope you are able to understand. Okay, this side we have an application, this side we have an operating system. Okay, application is written in one programming language, or a combination of programming languages, or what different type of programming things and all, and each and everything that is used for building the application has some compilers. The compilers will convert the programming code into the machine code. Okay, and this machine code need to run on the operating system, a particular environment. Okay, so before moving, it will be running on one environment. After moving into another environment, it will be running on another operating system or environment. Okay, but here, to make this communication possible, we need ABIs, application binary interface. Okay, according to the operating systems or environments, it can be operating system, or it can be a browser, it can be a database, whatever it is. Okay, according to the ABIs of that particular operating systems or environments. Okay, this particular application has to be moved. Okay, according to that, it has to be moved, and based on the compilers and all, this ABIs, based on these ABIs and all, these compilers for these applications will be decided, and how easy it is to move from one environment to another environment with respect to the ABIs is known as binary portability testing. Okay, here environment means operating system, browser, and databases. Okay, so it's called binary portability testing. Okay, binary comes in place of, because the compilers have to convert the program code to binary code, and that binary code need to interact with the ABIs of the operating system. Without ABIs of the operating system, or without ABIs of these browsers or databases, there cannot be any communication, right? Application binary interface, okay, should be taken care of while porting from one environment to another environment, and that testing whether this porting is happening properly or not is called as binary portability testing. So hope guys you understood what is binary portability testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 331. That is, what is behavioral testing? Let me answer. So what is behavioral testing? Behavioral testing is also known as black box testing. Okay, both behavioral testing and black box testing are different names for the same type of testing. So in behavioral testing, that is black box testing, we perform testing on the application that is given to us using its visual graphical user interface of the software application. Okay, without looking it into its internal code structure or whatever the code that is written by developers. Okay, we just test the software using the visual graphical user interface of the software, guys. Okay, so nothing but black box testing. Let me show you an example. For example, if this kind of application is given for testing, okay, and if I have to test the search functionality, I will use a graphical user interface of this application here. I'll type HP here. Okay, I'll type HP and click on the search button and see whether the appropriate product is getting displayed in the search results or not. This is one of the tests I'm testing using the graphical user interface of the application, and this is called as behavioral testing, which is also known as black box testing. Here, nowhere you have seen any program code running. Okay, program code which is written by developers for making this particular functionality possible is running in the background, guys. Okay, is running in the background of this visual graphical user interface that as software testers we don't have access to. There are four levels of software testing, if you already know. They are unit testing, integration testing, system testing, and acceptance testing. Coming to the unit testing and integration testing, they are generally done by developers, and they fall into the white box testing category. Okay, they don't fall into the behavioral testing or black box testing category. They fall into the white box testing category where the code is accessible, visible, and testable by the developers. But coming to the other two levels, next two levels of software testing, that is either system testing or user acceptance testing. Here black box testing will be performed. That is nothing but behavioral testing will be performed in case of system testing. That is the third level of software testing, and user acceptance testing. That is the fourth level of software testing. In third level of software testing, that is system testing, the software testers will test the system as a whole. Complete system they will test using the visual graphical user interface of the software. And the main focus that the software testers will have while testing the system testing is they will see whether the developers have developed this particular application according to the client given requirements or not. This is the main focus. That doesn't mean that the application is built according to user needs and expectations also will be taken care, but less importance or less focus will be given to that particular aspect in the system testing by the software testers. But coming to the last level of software testing, which also falls into the black box testing category, that is behavioral testing category, that is either acceptance testing you can call or user acceptance testing. Again, this acceptance testing or user acceptance testing is divided into two types. First phase alpha testing will be done as part of user acceptance testing, then beta testing will be performed as part of second phase of the user acceptance testing. In alpha phase, the client side business people who know the business well and who generally know the needs and expectations of the users, who generally interact with the customers or end users, real users, right? They'll come up with a checklist and go to the developer side and give their feedback and make the developers make the changes such a way that the developed software meets the user needs and expectations. Okay, that is alpha testing. Here client side business people are playing a role, okay, in testing. So they also do the black box testing, that is behavioral testing, okay, for giving the feedback and all those stuff. Okay, so the main focus in user acceptance testing I mentioned, right? More than client given requirement, the more focus will be on the user needs and expectations. Okay, in beta testing also same thing, guys. The more importance will be given to user needs and expectations. Here the software will be released into the market. Okay, so as part of beta testing, software will be released into the market. Okay, so it can be closed beta or open beta. In case of closed beta, only for limited number of end users or customers, the software will be released so that the feedback will be collected from them, and the the user needs and expectations can be known well by the company, and they can do the modifications in the software. And in case of open beta, it will be released to everyone in the complete public in the around the globe, and everyone can use the software and provide the feedback. Okay, by using in their daily needs. Okay, that is a beta testing. Okay, in beta testing also open beta, closed beta is there, but here this is not the real release in beta testing. The software is released in a manner where to indirectly they are trying to make the real users test the software and provide their feedback. Okay, and mention their user needs, their needs and expectations, so that a proper version of the software can be finalized and released in the next phases. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is black box testing, which is also known as behavioral testing. Here using the visual graphical user interface of the software, the testing will be performed, where the software testers or real users or end customers or client side business people doesn't have any knowledge about the internal code structure or internal code or internal program that is developed by the developers for building the software. Okay, no knowledge of the internal working of the software. Only by using the visual graphical user graphical user interface, they will test the software. Okay, as part of behavioral testing or black box testing. So hope guys you understood what is behavioral testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 332. That is, what is comparison testing? Let me answer. What is comparison testing? Comparison testing is all about evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of the application against its competitors. Okay. For example, if you are testing Flipkart.com application, who are the competitors of Flipkart? Amazon. Okay. There are many other competitors for Flipkart. Okay. Flipkart is an e-commerce where you can purchase a lot of things. Let me show you Flipkart website so that you can understand easily. So if I take you to Flipkart, you can easily understand that it is an e-commerce application. Okay. So Flipkart is one e-commerce application. If you are testing Flipkart.com, then while testing, if you are evaluating, okay, while testing this Flipkart.com, if you are evaluating this particular application, that is evaluating the strengths and weaknesses of this Flipkart.com with its competitors like Amazon.com, okay, so, so you will just compare Flipkart.com with Amazon.com to see like where exactly Flipkart.com is lacking or something. Okay, not only Amazon.com but other e-commerce like my Mintra, whatever it is. Okay, whatever you know. Like for example, Macy's is another e-commerce platform. Okay, you can compare Flipkart with Macy's and see like evaluate the strengths and weaknesses of the Flipkart if you're testing Flipkart with the Macy's, and if there are any weaknesses that or strengths, then you will note it down and perform testing. And this is how you perform comparison testing, guys. Okay, hope you got the example. Okay, so let me conclude again and repeat this statement so that you can understand the comparison testing well. Comparison testing is all about evaluating. Okay, you are checking. Checking means evaluating, okay? The strengths and weaknesses of the application that you are testing against the applications that already exist as its competitors in the market, okay? As competition in the market. This is called as comparison testing. So, hope guys, you understood what is comparison testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye-bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 333. That is, what is code-driven testing? Let me answer. So what is code-driven testing? Code-driven testing is performed by creating the test for the next development item before developing it. Okay. So first let me read this one. After that I'll explain clearly. We'll clearly understand what exactly is code-driven testing. Let me read this. Once the development itself, once the development item for the created test is developed, it will be tested, fixed if failed, and retested until the created test passes. Okay, once the test is passed, then the same process is followed by creating another test for the next item to be developed. So this statement may look very big for you and you will not be able to understand what is code driven testing. So let me take it slow a bit, okay, so that you can understand what exactly is code driven testing. In code driven testing, guys, you are testing the code. Okay, we are simply testing the code. First step, we need to identify the application code where there is a possibility of failure. Okay, you see, developers will write the code, right, for developing the application. Okay, developers will write the code for developing or building the application. So after they develop the code for building the application, now developers have to guess. Okay, now developers have to guess which part of the program there is a possibility of failure. Okay, you see, there are different components in the program, different functions, different methods in the program. Software is a very complex thing, right? A lot of code has to be written by developers. So in that, if you divide that entire code written for building the software into some small components or methods or whatever it is, okay, and you guess that there is a possibility that this particular method, as a developer you have to guess whether there is a possibility that this particular method may fail. When you get the doubt that this particular portion of the program that is written by developers for building the software may fail, then you have to immediately create a test for it. Okay, then you have to add a test for it, create a test for it, and perform the test on that code that you are guessing that there is a possibility of failure. After testing it, if really the code fails, okay, as expected or as guessed, if the really the code fails, whatever section of the code that you are testing, is it really getting failed with the help of the test that you have created for failing the code? Okay, if it is really fails, then next step is we have to fix the code. Okay, developers have to fix the code so that the problem or failure in the code is resolved. Okay, and again test it to see whether it is properly fixed or not. And once it is fixed, once that particular problem, detected problem is fixed, then we have to shift our focus to another set of program, okay, another set of section of the program, again where you are guessing there is a possibility of failure. Again for that also you have to create the test and test it. If it passes, no problem. If it fails, you have to fix it. Okay, this process has to be continued until the complete code is tested. Okay, so hope you are able to understand now what is code driven testing. First we have to identify the existing code, section of the existing code which is likely to fail, and add a test for it. Okay, and using the test that you have just now created, you have to test the program. Okay, and see if the code is really failing as per the guessing or not. If it is really failing, then we have to fix the code so that it passes the test. Okay, until the test is passed, we have to fix the code. Okay, developers have to fix the code, and and this same process has to repeated for other sections of the program where you are guessing that there is a possibility of failure. Okay, so this is what is code driven testing. Now let me read this statement. It will be clear for you. Code driven testing is performed by creating the test for the next development item before developing it. So as a, you see, as a good practice, what the developers will do is before developing some section of the program of the code of the software, they will create a test case. Okay, they will create tests in such a way that they'll guess that using this test, the whatever the code I have written may fail. Okay, like that. Once the development item for the created test is developed, okay, it will be tested using the test that you have created, and that particular test, if the code is failing, then fix the code, okay, which is failing, and retest until the code passes. Okay, and this process should be repeated for other sections of the program. The same 4 steps I have written here. Okay, if you are not able to understand this whole paragraph at a go, you can follow step by step. Okay, first test is added for the code which is likely to fail, and using the test we are going to test it and see if the code is really failing with the test or not. If it is failing, then you have to retest and fix it and retest it until the test passes. And after that, you have, once the test passes, then you have to go with the other sections of the program where there is a possibility of the failure in the code. Okay, this is called as code driven testing. So hope guys you understood what is code driven testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I am going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 334. That is, what is L10N testing? Let me answer. L10N testing is nothing but localization testing, guys. Okay, why it is called as L10N testing? Because in between the letters L and N, in localization, if you see first letter is L, right? And the last letter is N. N. And in between that, how many letters are there? 10 letters are there. That's why L10N. You can, in short, localization testing can be called as L10N testing. Okay, don't get surprised if someone asks you, well, what is L10N testing? It's simple, nothing but localization testing, guys. Okay, but what is localization testing or this L10N testing? Testing performed for checking the localized version of a product. Okay, you are checking a localized version of a product which works for a specific culture or locality. Let's say there is a particular software which is which is specifically designed for Japanese people. Okay, the people who are speaking Japanese language, for those people to make their using of the software easy and because they prefer using the software in Japanese, you created a software. Okay, a company has created a or developed a software for a specific locality or culture or language. Okay, so if you are testing such kind of applications which are specially designed or developed for a specific culture, locality or language, okay, that testing is called as localization testing or L10N testing. Examples, let me give guys. Okay, Windows operating system, everyone know Windows operating system. Okay, this Windows operating system is provided by Microsoft company. Okay, if you examine my Windows operating system here, all the options are coming in English, right? You see Edge, Word and everything. You see type here to search. Everything is coming in English. Okay, whatever you do here, all the things are coming in English, guys, right? Everything is displayed in English language here. Such documents, everything is there in English language. But do you know that the same Microsoft company has developed or designed a Windows operating system specific for Japan people who speak Japanese language, okay, who want to use the same Windows operating system in Japanese language, okay. So I'll show you a snapshot of that. Here I already opened. Just see here, guys. This is how the Windows operating system, which is a localized version for Japanese language. So that all the people in the Japan prefer using their Windows operating system in Japan language rather than in English, okay. So more people will use. Okay, now because of this facility provided to the Japanese language usage people, okay, Microsoft is adding more people into the bucket, right? Because some people may be reluctant to use Windows operating system just because they don't know English. But now, since they have created localized version in Japanese language, now there will be some set of people who will start using Windows operating system for that purpose. The market will increase for them, right? Similarly, Korean. Okay, so the people who speak Korean, also a localized version environment Windows operating system is created. This is an example, guys. Okay, if you are testing such kind of software, okay, whatever the software Windows operating system which are just now I showed you as an example in Japanese and built on Korean languages, right? If you are testing such kind of applications, okay, we call that testing as L10N testing, that is localization testing. I have also performed L10N testing, guys. Basically, this is common in when you are testing desktop applications, right? Okay. So you will come across lot of you will come across English one first. After English, you will come as Japanese, Korean. Okay, lot of will be there, guys. Okay, Spanish and all those localized environments will be there. So this generally happens in desktop applications the most of the times. Okay, fine, fine. Now so what is the benefit? I already mentioned the benefit of the localization, right? What is the benefit of localization? I'm not saying what is the benefit of localization testing. So the Microsoft company by creating a localized environment for Windows operating system for Japanese language and Korean language, what is the benefit? The company will get more people. Okay, more people are going to use the software or adopt the software. Okay, the people who you don't expect to use the software also will use the software now. Okay, the market reach will rise. Okay, and that's the reason they are creating these localized environments or developing the localized environments, and that is the reason we are getting an opportunity as software tester to test such kind of localized environments. Okay, so fine. So hope guys you understood what is localization testing, that is L10N testing, where we test the localized versions of the software, okay, which are designed for a specific culture, language, region, locality, etc. Okay, so that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session I'm going to answer software testing interview question 335. That is, what is the difference between localization testing and globalization testing? Let me answer. So what is the difference between localization testing and globalization testing? To understand the difference between localization testing and globalization testing, first we have to separately understand what is localization testing and separately understand what is globalization testing. Then we can understand the difference. So first, let's understand what is localization testing. Okay. So, what is localization testing? Testing performed for checking the localized version of a product. Okay. That is a software which is specifically developed for a particular culture, locality, or language or region is nothing but a localized version of the software. Testing such kind of localized version of the software which is specifically defined or designed for a specific culture, language, locality is known as localization testing. Let me give an example, guys. Okay. You already know about Windows operating system, which is from Microsoft. So if I examine my Windows operating system, wherever you see, everything is coming in English language. Okay. Whatever the tab you go or whatever the options you select. Okay. You see everything is in English, guys. Okay. Here, everything is getting displayed in English language. But do you believe that the same Microsoft company has specially or specifically customized a localized version of the same Windows operating system for Japanese language, so that there may be some set of people in Japan who are reluctant to use the Windows operating system because they don't know English. So those people, okay, who only know Japanese language, if they have to use Windows operating system, a localized version of the Windows operating system should be available. Okay. So this is the URL, guys. Let me open and show you the URL for you. So how the localized version of the Japanese Windows operating system will look like. Okay. So this is a localized version. You see everything is displayed in Japanese language. You see all the options are coming in Japanese language. Okay. So similarly, we also have Korean. Okay. Microsoft also has customized or created or designed a localized version of Windows operating system. Okay. Based on a Korean language. Okay. So the people who only know Korean language, okay, if they are reluctant to use English language by Windows operating system in English, okay, then they will use this operating system. So what is the use? What is the purpose? What is the advantage of a company, big company like Microsoft is creating a localized version for Japanese language and Korean language? What is the benefit? Because the simple benefit is market share will increase. Okay, more people are going to use the software. Okay, Microsoft want Windows operating system to be used worldwide. Okay, but due to language problems or culture problems or locality problems, some of the people may be reluctant to use a Windows operating system. So what the Microsoft company has decided is they decided to, okay, based on the number of people who can come into the market, if they create this kind of localized version, they designed a localized version of Windows operating system for in Japanese language, and they released into the market. So those kind of people are increasing. So it will get more market share. That's what is the advantage, guys. Okay. So now we understood what is localization. Testing such kind of localized versions of the software, okay, which are specially or specifically designed for a specific culture, locality, or region or language is called as localization testing. Now let's understand what is globalization testing now. Here, in globalization testing, generally localization and globalization are particularly compared because localization is specific to a particular culture, language, or region. But here, globalization is worldwide. Okay, the application should be working globally, worldwide, same application, but everyone should use. That is the concept is different altogether. Globalization concept is different altogether. It's not a localized version of a software specially designed for a specific language or culture. But here in globalization testing, okay, is a type of testing where we check whether the given application is working globally, that is independent of it, geographical, culture, language, region, and everything. Okay, so if you use that same application in India, people should use. If you use the same application in US, people should be able to use. If you use the same application in Japan, the people should be able to use, like that. Globally it should be single application, but globally people have to use. Okay, such kind of application. Okay, in simple words, testing the application which is developed for multiple languages, cultures, or regions, okay, is known as single application, guys. Okay, it's not a, here in localized version, Japanese language has one environment, one application. For Korean there is another application, multiple applications. English another, three applications. Depending on number of languages in localization, there are that many number of applications. But here only single application in globalization testing, but that application should work globally. Okay, so for different languages, different regions, different cultures, it should work. How it is possible, guys? I'll show you an example. Simple example is Amazon. Everyone know Amazon.com, right? Just see how it can be worked globally. Okay. So this is Amazon.in, guys. I'll go for Amazon.com better. Amazon.com. So you see this particular Amazon.com is used globally, guys. Here on the application, they're giving an option whether you want to use this application in English or you want to use in other language like Portuguese. Okay, if I select Portuguese, you see all the names are converting into Portuguese language. Okay, Portuguese. Okay, Portuguese place or location or what Dutch DE. Okay, different language or culture or region. Okay, so like the different things are there, guys. Okay, like the different places are there. 1 minute, let me hover the mouse, and you see a different language. I don't know what languages these are. Okay, so maybe the people who actually belong to this particular localities definitely will know what exactly these languages are. Okay, okay, so that's what is the thing, guys. Okay, again let me change it back to English. This is a single application, guys. Single application we are using in different languages. Okay, respective of different regions and cultures, you can change the language and use. That is called as globalization testing. Testing is such kind of applications like Amazon.com, which are working for different regions, languages, cultures worldwide. Okay, single application working for different language cultures worldwide is called as globalization testing. Okay, what is the purpose, what is the benefit? More people are going to adopt the software, right? Okay, if you make the application global, that means around the globe people are going to use, more people are going, more market will come. Same advantage what localization testing advantage is there, globalization also same benefit is there. Okay, but what exactly is the difference now? Now you understood what is localization testing, globalization testing, so you can easily understand what is the difference between localization and globalization testing now. So localization, application developed specifically for a particular region, language or locality is known as localization, whereas globalization is nothing but application developed for using worldwide. An application which is developed for using worldwide is known as globalization. Application which is developed for using for a particular used for using in a particular region, language or locality of that people is known as localization. Testing such kind of localized application is called as localization testing. Testing such kind of application which has to work worldwide is known as globalization testing. So hope guys you got the difference between what is localization versus globalization testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 336. That is, what is component testing? Let me answer. So what is component testing? Component testing is an another name for unit testing. You already know what is unit testing. Unit testing is nothing but component testing. Testing is nothing but unit testing is. So what is component testing? That is what is unit testing. It is the first level of software testing. There are 4 levels of software testing. Okay, let me maximize this so that you can see the 4 levels of software testing. First is unit testing, which is nothing but the component testing. Then we have the integration testing, then we have system testing and acceptance testing. While unit testing, component testing, and integration testing, these 2 testings are done by developers. They fall into the white box testing category where the code is visible, accessible, and testable. Okay, by developers. Developers will perform this unit testing, which is nothing but component testing, and also developers will perform the integration testing. Okay, then we have the system testing, which is generally done by software testers, where they will be testing the entire functionality as a of the application as a whole and using the visual graphical user interface. Here, the developers will test this component testing and integration testing by using the code. Okay, they have written for building the application. But here, by using the visual graphical user interface of the software testers will be performing the system testing. And finally, acceptance testing also will use a visual graphical user interface, but it is not generally done by software testers. It's done by the client side business people who has business knowledge and knows the needs and expectations of the users, or it is also done by the end users or end real customers who are going to use the software. Okay. So these are the 4 levels of software testing. The first level of software testing is unit testing, which is nothing but the component testing. Okay, so hope you understood what is component testing now. Now let me explain more about this component testing. I already told you these first 2 levels are done by the developers. Here component testing is also done by developers, okay, where they can see the code, they can access the code, they can test the code, okay. And that's why, okay, since the code is visible guys, since the code is visible while performing the testing of okay, while performing the testing as the code is visible, this particular unit testing, that is component testing, falls into the white box testing category, whereas system testing and acceptance testing fall into the black box testing. This unit, that is component testing and integration testing, falls into the white box, okay, where code is visible. That's why it's called as white box. Whatever you put inside the white box, it is visible. Whereas system testing, acceptance testing, using the graphical user interface, where the code is not visible. So this is black box. So complete code written for developing the software application is broken down into smallest parts as possible, known as unit or components. Okay, okay, these units or components, because you can call it as unit testing or component testing. The entire code written for building the software by the developers will be broken down into smallest parts as possible. That means you cannot break them further. Such kind of parts are known as units, okay, which cannot be broken further. As part of unit testing, this broken down, okay, as part of component testing or unit testing, these broken down units or components will be tested individually, separately, by passing valid and invalid inputs for testing coverage. Okay, I'll give an example, guys, how component testing or unit testing will be performed. Okay, so let me explain. So I'll do one thing. So let's say the developers have written the code here. Let's say this is a entire application code. Okay, this entire application code, which is written by developers for building a software, is broken down into smallest portions, okay, smallest parts as possible. So you cannot break them further. You cannot break this single box into multiple boxes, okay. That much level you have broken down, okay. These broken parts are either known as units or components. So like this, okay. So entire application code is broken down into smallest parts as possible, and like this, these parts are known as either units or components, okay. You cannot break them further, you cannot break these components further or these units further, okay. Such level the entire code is broken down into. Here each and every part or component or unit is called as a unit or component, okay. You can call them as a unit or a component, okay. You can call them as unit or component. So one of the component maybe for you see, if you take an example of an application software, let's say calculator application. If the developers are building the code for developing a calculator application, one of the unit or component may be the code related to the adding, okay, addition, adding of two numbers or something, okay, addition. Other component may belong to the subtraction. Other may belong to the multiplication. Other may belong to division, and so on, guys, and so on, okay. Different components or units for different purposes, okay. Here you cannot break this component or unit further. That is the smallest, as smallest as possible you have to mean, okay. But how does, okay, so example for a unit or component is calculator application, division of two numbers or addition of a two numbers or multiplication of two numbers or subtraction of, it is a method, guys, okay. It is a method, okay. So how does it look like, this particular unit or component, okay. If I give you a picture, if in the form of a code, okay, let's say this is a component or unit, one of the piece of component or unit for a division, let's say division, okay. How does it look like? If I write the code in Java, it will be looking like this, okay. It's a method, guys, okay. Public void division of two numbers, let's say two numbers, int a comma int b, like this two numbers are there, and this is the starting of the code, this is the ending of the method, this is starting of the method, ending of the method. And here in the starting of the method, they have written the code like this, what is the code, int result is equal to a divided by b, okay. And here system dot out dot println, okay, println result. You see, this is one method, guys. This is one method. You can actually make it more readable by just moving it right side. Okay. This is a method, guys. Okay. This is a method. This is one example of a unit. Okay. You can call it as a unit or you can call it as a component. Okay. It is a piece of code which cannot be broken further. You cannot break this method further. Example for a unit or component is a method like division method. So how the developers will perform the unit testing individually, okay? There may be other unit or component for addition, other component of unit of code like method code for subtraction. Other method, that is unit component for multiplication. But this one is only one example where division of two numbers. How they will perform testing? Individually, they have to test this unit of code, that is piece of code they have to test. How they are going to test? Developers will pass some, they will call this method and pass some data, guys. Let's say they passed 3 and 2. Okay, how many times 3 can be divided by 2? One time. One is the result. Okay, next time they will pass 6 and 3. Okay, how many times it can be divided by 3? 2 times. 2 is the result. Like that they will test whether they are getting the proper output. This time they will give minus 6, minus 2, let's say. Another type of inputs, different valid inputs, invalid inputs, different inputs they will give here. Minus 6 will go into A, minus 2 will go into B, and minus 6 will be divided by minus 2 by 2 times. And they can give some negative possibilities also, where 6 and 0, let's say. Okay, so 6 will go into A, 0 will go into B. 6 divided by 0 will give an exception here. Okay, arithmetic exception will come. An exception known as arithmetic exception will come. That means the unit testing has failed. Okay, when developers have tested this particular piece of code with 6 3 3 2, minus 6 minus 2, everything got passed. But when they pass it 6 0, 6 goes into A and 0 goes into B. 6 divided by 0 has resulted in an exception, and the program has halted here. The remaining statement, no result got printed. That means here developers have to fix the code. Okay, unit testing has failed for this particular set of input, so they will surround this code in try catch blocks. Okay, and if you know Java, you will understand what is try catch here. Otherwise, ignore that, guys. Okay, there is a way the developers can fix this problem. Okay, so but here a unit or a component, a piece of code which cannot be broken further is tested individually. That is called as unit testing or component testing. Okay, both the names are same. Okay, you can either use the name as component testing or unit testing, which is the first level of software testing. And as you can see here, it falls into the white box testing category because the code is visible, right? As you can see, the code is visible, testable, accessible by the developers. Developers will be performing this testing, unit testing or component testing. Okay, and with valid and invalid inputs. Okay, so when they give valid and invalid inputs, a proper result should come. If it is not coming, there is a failure in the unit testing or component testing. So what is the advantage of this component testing on unit testing? What are the advantages we get by performing it? Cost of fixing defects in unit testing is you see the next level of testing is integration testing. Okay, if you fix most of the defects here, less number of defects will be carry forward to the next levels of software testing here. Okay, into the integration testing or system testing or acceptance testing, less number of defects will be carried forward. The code will become stronger and all, and the defects cost of fixing also is easy, right? So developers don't have to do anything like find the code and do. Okay, it's just finding the problem, fixing the defect there itself. The cost of fixing the defect is cheaper and faster also. Okay, and also guys, one more thing here, this all these levels of software testing, unit testing, integration, system testing can be automated, guys. Okay, that is component testing can also be automated, because all times developers cannot keep on testing the each and every unit piece of code, right? They will automate it. Once they test it manually once, they will automate it and run it. Okay, because the code keeps on code for building the software keeps on changing, so there is a possibility of again getting mistakes and finding the failures in the unit testing level for each and every unit, so they cannot test it often. So what they will do is they will automate it. Okay, if it is a long term project, they will automate the unit test or component test and they will run it. Okay, using the automation tools, so that they will get the test. Okay, they will get the results as part of regression testing. Unit test or component test can be automated. So hope guys you understood what exactly is component testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 337. That is, what is module testing? Let me answer. So what is module testing? Module testing is also known as unit testing. Okay. So there are different names for unit testing. One is module testing, another one is component testing. You can also call the unit testing as module testing. But what exactly is this unit testing or module testing? It's the first level of software testing, guys. Okay. Unit testing or module testing or component testing is the first level of software testing. There are 4 levels in software testing. First one is unit testing, which is also known as component testing or module testing. Second level is integration testing. Third level is system testing, and fourth level is the acceptance testing. And the first level is the module testing, that is unit testing. So these unit testing and integration testing are generally done by developers, while system testing and acceptance testing, that is third level and fourth level, are done by the third level is done by the software testers, and fourth level is done by the client side business people or the end users or customers. Okay. So unit testing and integration testing fall into the white box testing category. Hence they are done by developers. Okay. Hence they are tested by developers where they can access the code, they can view the code, they can test the code. But in system testing or acceptance testing, testing will be performed using the visual graphical user interface of the software. Okay. The access will not be there for code in this case of system testing and acceptance testing while performing the testing. But coming to the module testing, which is nothing but unit testing, access is there for the code. Developers can view the code, access the code, test the code. Okay. I already told you unit testing or component testing or module testing falls into the white box testing category. So whatever the complete code that is written by developers for building the software is broken down into smallest parts known as units, or you can also call these units as components, or you can also call this units or components as modules. Okay, which cannot be broken further, guys. Okay, it's the these parts. Okay, out of the complete code that is written by the developers for building the software, okay, they are broken down into smallest pieces which cannot be broken further, which are called as modules or units or components. Okay, so these broken down modules or units or components need to be tested separately, individually by developers. Okay, because developers can access this code of the units or modules or components and test them separately by passing some valid and invalid inputs. Okay, for as part of test coverage. I'll show you an example. Okay, I'll show an example. For example, there is a calculator application. The software developers are building a complex calculator application. Let's assume that this is a software code the software developers have written for building that calculator application. Okay, so this complete code written, now let's say this is the complete code written by the software developers for building this calculator application. This complete code can be broken down into smallest parts, okay, which cannot be broken further. Here, each and every square box cannot be broken further, guys. Okay, the smallest units or components, okay, the smallest units, modules or components, whatever you call, okay, these things cannot be broken further. Like that, developers will break the code into smallest pieces which cannot be broken further. These smallest pieces are known as are called as units or components or modules. So one first unit, second unit, third unit, fourth unit, or first module, second module, third module, fourth module. Let's say one of the unit or module is for addition purpose. Okay, calculator addition purpose. Second one is for subtraction purpose. Third one is for multiplication purpose. Fourth one is for division purpose, and remaining are for different purpose of our calculator. Okay, in calculator, a lot of operations will be there, right? Assume that the first module or unit or component is for addition purpose. Second for subtraction, multiplication, division. Here, whatever the example I have taken is for division of two numbers. Okay, so the unit or component or module for division of two numbers. How does a particular unit or component of module actually looks like? Okay, it is a program, right? It is a program. It may be one of the method in the code. Okay, it can be one of the method in the code. Assume that this is one of the method in the code. I'll be writing the code in using Java language. Whether you have the understanding or knowledge of the Java language or doesn't have the knowledge, understand this thing at the high level. Okay, because there is no other way to explain. Public void division of two numbers. Okay, division of two numbers. Like this, some piece of code. Okay, out of the complete code that is written for building the software. Okay, out of the complete code which is written for building the software, a piece of code which cannot be broken further. Okay, which is nothing but a method named division of two numbers is taken as a unit. Okay, this is nothing but a unit, guys. Okay, this is nothing but a unit. You can also call it as a module, or you can also call it as a component, whatever it is. Okay, developers are, as part of unit testing or module testing, component testing, everything is same, right? Are going to test this particular method individually, separately. Okay, let's write the code for the method. Int result is equal to A divided by B. Okay, division of two numbers, right? So here system dot out dot println, system dot system dot out dot println, print statement, and result I will say. Okay. So now how the developers are going to test this particular unit or module or component as part of unit testing or module testing or component testing? Developers will call this method while calling the method, they will pass the values for this A and B parameters. Okay. For example, if the developers have passed 5 and 4 here, okay, how many times 5 will be divided by 4? One time. 5 divided by 4, 4 can divide the 5 by one time. So the result will be 1. Next time they will pass, next time they will pass 6 and 3. Okay. How many times this 6 can be divided by 3? Two times. Okay. Result will be 2. Okay. Next time they pass it 9 and 9. Let's say 9 and let's say 3. Okay. So how many times 9 can be divided by 3? 3 times. Result will be 3. All this, these are the positive inputs. Okay. Here I told you, right? As part of this module testing or component testing or unit testing, these broken down units will be tested individually, like that developers are testing that individually by passing valid. So for whatever the inputs have passed are valid inputs. So there are situations where developers can pass some invalid inputs like 6 0. Okay. 6 will go into A and 0 will go into B. 6 divided by 0 will result in an exception, guys. Okay. You cannot divide a number by 0 in mathematics or in Java. You'll get arithmetic exception. You'll get an arithmetic exception, guys. So here, how the so the unit test or module test or component test will fail here because of this exception, because the next line will not be executed. The developers will fix this code. If you know have a bit knowledge in Java, you can know that they'll put some try catch blocks here and handle the exception here whenever the user is trying to divide this number by 0. Okay. So that fixing will be done and the method will be improvised. Okay. And so that is as part of unit testing or module testing or component testing. Okay. This is how the defects will be identified in unit testing or module testing or component testing. So what is the advantage of this advantages of this module testing or unit testing or component testing? Cost of fixing the defects in unit testing is less, okay, compared to other levels of software testing. If you find the same defect in integration testing, system testing, except if you have not performed this module testing or component or unit testing here, if you have performed this testing in integration system acceptance testing, okay, the cost will rise, guys. Okay, the levels of software testing increase means the cost will become, okay, cost of fixing the defect will become higher, and it will take time for the developers to fix the defect. Here in unit testing, module testing, integration, if that particular problem is figured out, okay, like this, okay, while dividing a number by 0, if it is figured out already as part of unit or integration or module, unit or component or module testing, then it's very easy to fix the defect, guys. Okay, it's easy, faster, cheaper, you can say. Okay, that's what is a major advantage. So we can identify the defects early, right? You don't have to go to the next levels. Okay, first level itself, while during the first level of development itself, you are identifying the defects. The cost of fixing the defects becomes cheaper and faster. Okay, and also easy to fix the defects. And guys, so the code keeps on changing while building the software. The code keeps on changing, and developers cannot manually perform unit testing every time. Unit testing or module testing or component testing individually every time. They cannot do that. So what the developers will do is they will automate this module testing, guys. Okay, as part of regression testing, they'll automate this unit testing. Later, integration testing and system testing are also automated. Okay, as part of regression testing, all levels of software testing are automated, guys. And because it's not possible for because especially in projects which generally take a lot of time, which take a lot of duration to complete finish, right? Automation plays a very vital role, where this if you automate, if the developers automate this unit testing, which are also known as component or module testing, it will be very easy to identify the defects faster. Because of changing the code, any area of the code can get impacted, and if the unit level code got impacted, you can find it easily using the automation. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is module testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 338. That is, what is program testing? Let me answer. So what is program testing? Program testing is also known as unit testing. Okay, there are different names for unit testing like component testing, module testing, and also it is called as or known as program testing. All are nothing but unit testing only. So what exactly is this program testing or unit testing? It's the first level of software testing, guys. Okay, it's the first level of software testing. Software testing has different levels, four different levels. First level is unit testing, which can also be called as module testing, component testing, or program testing. Then we have integration testing, which is the second level of software testing. And then we have third level, that is system testing. Okay. After system testing, we have the fourth level, that is acceptance testing. Coming to this unit testing, that is program testing and integration testing, first two levels of software testing. Okay, they are generally done by developers because they fall into the white box testing category, where the developers can access the code, view the code, and test the code in case of this unit integration testings. Coming to system and acceptance testing, they fall into the black box testing category. They fall into the black box testing category where the code is not visible or accessible. Okay, so here the testing will be done using the visual graphical user interface of the software in case of system testing and acceptance testing. But in unit and integration testing, the code is accessible to the developers and falls into the white box testing category. So first of all, let's focus more on this unit testing rather than these different levels of software testing. That is, let's focus more on the program testing now. So here, the complete code. You see, let's say the software developers have written the code for building the software, that is a calculator software. Okay, it's a complex calculator. Let's say, okay, scientific calculator. So this is a complete code they have written. The developers have written. So as part of the program testing or unit testing, this complete code will be broken down into smallest units like this. Okay, which cannot be broken further, guys. Okay, the smallest units cannot be broken further. Okay, the smallest units cannot be broken further. So such small units, they will be broken down into. Okay, such smallest level of units, they will be units or components or modules or, okay, we can call them anything. We can call them units or modules or components. They are broken down into, and here each and every module, let's say this one is working for addition in the calculator, this one is working for the subtraction in the calculator, this is working for the multiplication in the calculator, this is working for the division in the calculator. Let's assume that. Okay, okay, so these modules or components or units cannot be broken further. And if you are testing these units or components or modules individually, separately, one by one, developers will do that as part of white box testing. It is called as unit testing or module testing or component testing or program testing. Okay. So complete code written for developing the software or building the software is broken down into smallest parts as possible. Okay, which cannot be broken further, known as units or components or modules. Okay, which cannot be broken further. So these units or components or modules which cannot be broken further will be tested using valid and invalid inputs. Okay, using valid and invalid inputs, they will be tested, and this testing is called as program testing or unit testing or component testing or module testing. I'll give an example, guys. Okay, I'll give an example for the program testing. Okay, so here, as you can see, we already thought about this calculator application here, guys. Let's take one of the unit or component or module for, let's say for division, let's take. Okay, here it can be a method, guys. Okay, unit or module or component can be a method. It can be a method. Okay, you can call that as a unit, or you can call that as a module, or it can be you can call that as a component. Okay, it's for example, the example of the unit, module, or component can be a method. Let me write some code in Java for the method. Public void, okay, division of two numbers, division of two numbers, numbers, int a comma int b. Okay, int a comma int b. Like this, you write the code, and here provide some result, guys. Provide some logic here. Provide some logic here. So let's write the logic here. Int result is equal to a divided by b. Okay, a divided by b, and here I simply say system dot out dot println result. Okay, this is what is the logic. So this is a one of the example of a unit. okay, which cannot be broken down further. This particular method cannot be broken down further for testing. Okay, if you broke down, we cannot perform testing of that, guys. Okay, so how the developers will be individually testing this particular unit? Developers have to call this method and pass some data. For example, developers have passed 4 and 5 and 4. Okay, 5 and 4. So this 5 will go into A, 4 will go into B. How many times the 5 will be divided? 4 can divide 5 only one time. Result will be 1. So what if the same developer has passed some value like 6 and 2? 6 will go into A, 2 will go into B. 2 3 is a 6. Result will be 3. What if developer has passed some negative values like minus 9 minus 3, like this, minus 9 minus 3, 3 times. Okay, so result will be 3. Minus 3 can divide this minus 9 by 3 times. And these are the positive inputs, guys. Okay, these are the positive inputs. uh, pa- Positive inputs. Okay, we have the invalid inputs also. So one of the example of the invalid input is let's say something like 6 and 0. Okay, 6 and 0. 6 will go into A, 0 will go into B. So when 6 is divided by 0, we'll get an exception. In mathematics or in Java, wherever, you'll get a problem. In mathematics, we call that as infinite, but in Java, you'll get an exception known as arithmetic exception, and the unit test will fail. This component test or unit test or program test will fail. Developer has to fix this code. Okay, generally try catch blocks. If you are good with Java, guys, you will understand why I'm talking about try catch block. Otherwise, don't worry, they will somehow fix the code. Okay, this process is called as unit testing or integration testing or system testing or acceptance testing. What are the advantages of performing this unit testing, that is program testing, module or component testing? There are different names for this testing. Okay, so what are the advantages of this program testing? Cost of fixing the defects in this program testing is very less, guys. Okay, cheaper, faster, easy to fix the defects. Okay, these are all the advantages, guys. Okay, early fixing. Okay, early fixing of the defects. And also every time, okay, every time developers cannot perform this program testing or unit testing or module or component testing individually and manually. So what they will do is, as part of regression cycle, because nowadays in the sprint process, right, the scrum methodology is there. In 10 working days, all the testing should be completed. While the developers and testers are busy in working with the new things, so old things need to be already need to be tested, like whether they are really working fine after doing all the code changes or not. So they have to perform regression testing. So as part of regression testing, this unit level testing, okay, along with the integration and system testing, they will be automated, guys. This program testing will be automated if it is a long duration project, and they will be tested regularly. Okay, so the automation scripts can run multiple times, right? They will save our time. So program testing is generally automated as part of the regression testing. So hope, guys, you understood what is program testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 339. That is, what is condition coverage testing? Let me answer. So what is condition coverage testing? Condition coverage testing falls under white box testing category. That means it is performed by developers, where developers can access the code, view the code, and test the code. Okay, but what exactly is this condition coverage testing? In condition coverage testing, all the condition expressions in the program for all possible outcomes of conditions in the condition expressions are tested. Okay, testing all condition expressions in the program for all possible outcomes of conditions in the condition expressions. If you are unable to understand this particular statement, let me give an example so that it will be clear for you. Okay, what exactly is a condition expression? For example, here there is a program. Okay, if you are testing this as part of the condition coverage testing, if you are testing this particular method, here you see, in this particular method, here we have only one condition expression. Here only one condition expression is there. In this single condition expression, there are different possible outcomes of condition. Okay, here this is one outcome. Okay, this particular section of this condition expression is one possible outcome. So two possible outcomes are there. I can add one more possible outcome if I want. For example, R, I can say A less than C, something like this. If I want to add, I can add. Okay, but condition expression is only one. Possible condition outcomes are three here in this example. Okay, so let's make it back to two only. Okay, two possible outcomes. So if you are testing this as part of condition coverage testing, here we have to test all the condition expressions. In this program, in this example, only one condition expression is there, but in other programs, there may be possibility of multiple condition expressions. Okay, here only one condition expression. When you are performing on another program as part of condition coverage testing, you have to test all the condition expressions, not only this condition expression. If there are any other condition expressions in the program, we have to test. Okay, and also for each and every condition expression, we have to test the possible outcomes of conditions in the condition expression. These are the conditions. Okay, outcomes will come from these conditions. Okay, there are two conditions in this condition expression. Like that, in all the condition expressions, whatever the possible outcome conditions are there, everything we have to test. So here guys, this may be true. This condition outcome also can be true. Okay, one of the possible cases, if it is true and true, what is the possibility? Okay, that is one test case. Second test case is true and false. First one is true and second one in the condition expression is false. Second test case, false and true. Third test case, false and false. Four test cases. Like that, we got four test cases for this. Okay, as part of condition coverage testing, here we got four test cases. Okay, so developers will be performing the condition coverage testing, where they will test all the condition expressions in the given program, and in each and every condition expression, they test the possible outcomes of or combination of possible outcomes of conditions in the condition expressions. Like that, I told you just now, like true, true, false, false, true, false, false. Four test cases. Okay, this is what is condition coverage testing. So hope guys you understood what is condition coverage testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 340. That is, what is conformance testing? Let me answer. So what is conformance testing? Testing whether the developed application or software meets the required standards and regulations or not. Okay, here as software tester, we are checking whether the software which is developed by the developers is meeting the standards and regulations as per the requirements. Okay, so what are just standards? What are these standards or regulations in real world? Okay, what are these standards and regulations? Okay, there are two categories. In IT world, we have standards and regulations. In non-IT physical world, you see, when you go to market, you purchase a lot of products. That is non-IT products you purchase, right? Television or whatever the item you take, that non-IT, that is. Okay, IT means something related to software, non-software and software. Okay, in IT related, one of the example for this standard is W3C, guys. Okay, World Wide Web Consortium. Okay, W3C standards. So nowadays, all the applications which are getting, all the applications or softwares which are getting developed, okay, if they are if they are developed according to the W3C standard, okay, people will treat that as a very good application. Okay, so it will get more popularity. A lot of people will use worldwide, and all those things will happen. Okay, if the applications are meeting the World Wide Web Consortium standards and regulations, okay, the application is like it's kind of a standard application. Okay, it's not a normal application, it's very standard application, very good application. It gets a lot of popularity and more user base in the market. Okay, coming to the non-IT, guys, coming to the non-IT, so we generally have a mark or standard known as ISI. Okay, so especially when you purchase some helmets, okay, in India, guys, okay, ISI is Indian Standards Institute. In country India, we have this ISI standard. If that particular ISI standard is there on any particular physical product like helmets, or okay, that you wear when you travel over bikes, right? Helmets, such kind of helmets, if they have ISI, that means they are very good helmets. Okay, so people tend to purchase the products which are of standard products. Okay, rather than purchasing some duplicate products which doesn't have the quality. Okay, standard products have quality. They ensure some quality. Okay, that's the reason people go with the standards. Similarly, in software, the applications which are developed according to the W3C standards and regulations, okay, are told to be standards. People tend to use such kind of applications. Okay, they can rely. They have a kind of feeling that this is a very good application. Okay, I'm very secured feeling and all those stuff. Okay, so industrial products, non-IT. Okay, so these are standards, guys. Hope guys you understood what exactly standards are. Again, let's come back to the confirmation. Let's come back to conformance testing. It's not confirmation, it's conformance testing. Testing whether the developed software meets the standards and regulations or not. Is okay. a particular software testing company is testing whether the developed software is meeting the required standards and regulations as per the requirements, it's meeting or not, is called as conformance testing. Okay. So here who will perform testing? Software testers only will perform testing, but these people will not be the general software testers. They will be independent company guys, which is specialized in verifying the standards and regulations. Okay, a company which is not testing the general software testing applications, rather it is a company, okay, which is specialized in one particular type of standard. So such companies will get the projects, okay, because they have a track record that these software testers who belong to this independent company are providing the services where they are testing whether our application is according to the given standards and regulations in the market or not. Okay, so some companies will be there in the market which generally do this kind of testing services, conformance testing services. Okay, so now there is a difference between compliance testing and conformance testing. A lot of people think that compliance testing and conformance testing both are same, but they are not same guys. Okay, they do the same thing. Okay, in compliance testing also, the testing will be done on the developed software to see whether it is meeting the required standards and regulations. In in conformance, sorry, I'm saying multiple times conformation, it's conformance guys. Okay, in conformance testing also, okay, will test whether the developed software meets the standards and regulations. Okay, both are doing the same thing. But what is the actual difference between compliance and conformance testing? In compliance testing, okay, both have the same purpose of testing whether the required software is according to standards and regulations or not. Coming to the compliance testing, it is done in a formal way. Okay, formal and precise way, very strict process, precise way, formal way. Okay, the checking testing will be performed in a formal way and precise way, means very accurate it should be. Okay, so if they are certifying that this particular software is according to the standards, means it is very precisely they are saying. Okay, so it very good process of standardizing a software. Okay, and also we have conformance testing. It's also related to checking the same things, purpose is same, but it is informal way. Okay, less precise, it's not so good as compliance. Okay, compliance testing standardized in a very particular precise formal way, but here conformance informal and less precise way. Okay, so you need to understand the difference between compliance and conformance. Both have the same purpose, but one is formal way and precise way, whereas another one is informal way, less precise way. Okay, of testing according against the standards and regulations of the software. So hope guys you understood what is conformance testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 341. That is, what is the difference between compliance testing and conformance testing? Let me answer. So what is the difference between compliance and conformance testing? So here, both the types of testing have the same purpose. Okay. There is a small slight difference between the compliance and conformance testing, but both of them have the same purpose where they are used to test whether the developed software meets the standards and regulations as per the requirements. Okay. As per the given requirements, whatever the standards and regulations that the software has to meet, are they meeting or not, the software is meeting the required standards and regulations as per requirements or not. Such testing, okay, is performed as part of both compliance testing and also conformance testing. Also both have the same purpose, same testing they do, but slight difference is there that I am going to explain at the end. Okay, so what exactly are the standards or regulations? Okay, so to understand compliance testing and conformance testing and their difference, first you have to understand what exactly are the standards or regulations. Okay, so this standards or regulations can be categorized into IT and non-IT. IT means software related. Okay, software related standards. What this particular software has to follow some standards. Okay, that's non-IT means it's a physical product or anything that you can easily purchase in the market, guys, like a television or any item, water bottle or whatever you can purchase in the market. Okay, which is not a software, but still it has to follow some standards. Okay, so in the market, to get it purchased by the customers and all, for the customers to believe that it is a nice product or good product, it has to have some standards. Okay, So like that, software and non-software, IT and non-IT, we can categorize. Coming to the IT, I'll give an example for IT, guys. Okay, that is W3C, World Wide Web Consortium. Okay, World Wide Web Consortium. So nowadays, what's happening is the softwares that are getting developed. Okay, initially they will not be according to the W3C. Okay, initially when the software start, they are not according to, when the software start developing and getting slowly getting popularized in the market. Initial days they are not W3C compliant. Okay, later they will understand that, okay, in order to be accepted by more people in the market, in order to support more software ecosystem, okay, they will get a point where they need to change their code according to the standards and regulations of the W3C, that is the World Wide Web Consortium. Okay, example, a simple example I'll give, guys. Selenium, in software testing world, everyone knows Selenium is a test automation tool. Okay, Selenium 1 got released, Selenium 2 got released, Selenium 3 got released, and finally Selenium 4 got released. So when Selenium 4 got released, till Selenium 3, Selenium was not W3C standard. Okay, was not following the W3C. According to the W3C, Selenium was not there. But from starting from Selenium 4, when Selenium 4 got released in the market, the main difference between Selenium 3 and Selenium 4 software was W3C. Selenium 4 was developed according to the W3C, World Wide Web Consortium, so that more it will get more. Already by Selenium 3 already has good popularity in the market, but once it got standardized, okay, according to the W3C consortium, the World Wide Web Consortium, once it got standardized, it has started accepting, its ecosystem got increased, more softwares got supporting it, collaborating it, and the market got increased, guys. Okay, just because of a small change. That's what is the impact, guys. Okay, your software will be accepted by many things in different ways. Okay, coming to the non-IT world, okay, that is a real world where we stay in. Like software world is something that inside the machines and all, but outside the machines, let's say one of the standard example in India, especially, we have a standard known as ISI. Okay, ISI mark, we generally call that. Okay, the full form is Indian Standards, okay, Institute. Okay, Indian Standards Institute. So uh, as simple as, when if you are trying to purchase a helmet, guys, okay, for your bike, you're a rider or you travel on bike and you definitely need helmet, right? So people tend to purchase the helmets which are marked with ISI mark. Okay, because there is standard. So it is a standard. If some helmets are following a standard, means customers who are going to purchase the helmets will get a kind of feeling that this particular helmet is a quality helmet. Whatever the helmet that I'm trying to purchase is a real helmet. Okay, it is following some standards. If I met with an accident, the helmet is not going to break. Okay, the helmet is not going to break. Like that, you will get something. Okay, helmet is not going to, according to the industrial standards and all, it got developed and all. Like that, you will get a feeling and you will simply purchase because it is a standard product. Okay, so quality and everything can be guessed with the help of the standard. So testing performed by, who will perform testing for such kind of let's not worry about the non-IT world. Let's now come back to the IT world, where software applications related to IT world. Let's come back. So who generally perform this compliance testing or conformance testing, where the developed software is tested against the required standards and regulations? Who is going to perform? Generally, there will be some independent companies, guys, who are specialized in this standards and regulations testing. Okay, so normal, there may be some software companies uh, which are good in software testing, but they are not specialized. So generally the projects will go to the companies, okay, who are specialized in testing the standards and regulations. Okay, there will be some independent companies, guys. So compliance testing or conformance testing is not generally done by general companies, but they are done by independent companies who are specialized in testing or checking the standards and regulations of a software. Okay, so it's also software testing only, but specialized companies only will do that. Okay, so it will be outsourced. The work will be outsourced to such kind of specialized companies, independent software companies, which are specialized in testing the software, develop software according to the required standards and regulations. Okay, fine. now the time has come. Now you understood what is what exactly standards regulations are and all those stuff, and both have the same purpose. But what exactly is the difference between compliance testing and conformance testing? What exactly is the difference? There is a small line. Okay, both have the same purpose. But coming to the compliance testing, it is a formal and precise way of testing standards. That is a strict way. Compliance in, if you are doing compliance testing for checking whether the developed software is meeting the standards and requirements, it is a formal process. Okay, it is a strict process, formal process, and also precise means very accurate. The results should be very accurate. Standards are followed means how accurate the standards are followed. Okay, that is given importance. But conformance testing, it's not formal, it's informal way of, okay. So this is informal way and also less precise compared to the compliance testing. Okay, so this is what is the difference between, guys. Both have the same purpose of testing the developed application according to the required standards and regulations, but compliance is a formal and precise way, whereas conformance is a informal way and less precise way when compared to the compliance testing. So hope, guys, you understood what is the difference between compliance and conformance testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 342. That is, what is a test suite? Let me answer. So what is a test suite? Test suite is a collection of related test cases. Okay. In simple words, test suite is a collection of related, okay, test cases. Multiple test suites can be created. Okay. In a project, in a single project, if you take, you can create multiple test suites which are ultimately the collection of related test cases. Okay. So multiple test suites can be created by grouping related test cases under different test suites. Okay, so how can we group the test cases into test suites? Okay, which is a collection of test cases. There are different ways to group the test cases under different test suites, which are a collection of test cases based on the area of the application. For example, login related test cases can be grouped into login test suites. Okay, register account related test cases can be grouped into register account test suite, like that. Okay, based on the area or functionality of the application, we can group the related test cases into test suites. Okay, that is one way. Or based on the testing types, there are different testing types, right? So based on the testing types also, we can group the related test cases. For example, we can group smoke tests. Okay, all the test cases which belong to the smoke testing category can be grouped into one of the test suite. Okay, that is smoke testing test suite, like that. Or uh, based on the level of testing type, that is unit test suite, anything, guys. Okay, or any type of testing you can group. Okay, the test case related to any type of testing can be grouped into a collection of related test cases under a test suite. Okay, and many other ways are possible, guys. So in simple words, what is test suite? It is a collection of related test cases. So hope, guys, you understood what is a test suite in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 343. That is, what is regulation testing? Let me answer. So what is regulation testing? Regulation testing is also known as compliance testing. So, as explained in one of the previous sessions of this series, okay, compliance testing is performed to test whether the developed software meets the required standards and regulations or not. Okay, so it's also known as regulation testing. Okay, compliance testing and regulation testing both are same. They check whether the developed software meets the required standards and regulations or not. Okay, what exactly the standards and regulations are? Okay, we can categorize the standards or regulations into two types. One is IT, that is software related, non-IT, which are non-software related. Coming to the IT, we have one standard known as W3C, or regulation known as W3C, which stands for World Wide Wide, okay, World Wide Web Consortium. Okay, so if you take an example of a software, that is Selenium, which is a test automation tool in software testing industry, and which is very popular in software testing now from long time. Okay, so recently, I think this it's been months back, some months back, Selenium 4 version got released into the market. Okay, till Selenium 3, the Selenium was not W3C, okay, compliant. Till Selenium 3 version, 1, 2, 3 versions were not W3C, but Selenium had made a big decision of moving to W3C standard. Why? Because if it is standardized, if it is regulated well, okay, what happens? It will gain the gain more market. Okay, its ecosystem will increase. A lot of people will tend to use it. Okay, because it's a quality standard product. Okay, they will get a feeling the software has a quality, they feel like. Okay, it's the Selenium 4 is W3C standardized and now accepted by a lot of softwares in the market. Okay, the acceptance will rise, guys. Okay, different browsers will accept very easily now, different operating system will accept now, and other tools also will tend to use Selenium, okay, as part of their ecosystem. And all this all happens magically when a software becomes W3C compliant. Okay, only one example of standard, guys. Okay, so, and coming to the non-IT, okay, which is not related to software, ISI. In India we have something known as ISI, Indian Standards Institute. Okay, if you purchase any product in India, if you go to any local market in India and try to purchase something, it can be pen or it can be book or it can be bag or whatever it is. Okay, and if it is marked with this ISI mark, that is ISI standard or regulation, then people will trust it. Okay, because they believe the standard. Okay, standard, the quality of the that particular product they are purchasing, they will have a kind of feeling that it can be used for a long time and it is a standard product, quality product kind of thing. Okay, so generally ISI sets the standard for industrial products. Okay, non-software related, guys. Okay, examples are helmets. Okay, so helmets are generally marketed in India with ISI standard. If you purchase such kind of helmets, if you have met with an accident, if you in future if you met with an accident, okay, the helmet is not going to break. You will have that confidence and trust because of this ISI standard label marked on the helmet. If you don't purchase the helmets which are not marked, you purchase the helmets which are not marked with ISI, then you are in trouble. Okay, so hope guys you got an idea what exactly the standards and regulations are. Okay, this regulation testing and compliance testing are all about checking whether the developed software is developed according to the required standards and regulations or not. That's what is the thing. But who is going to perform the testing? Okay, normal software testings, are they going to perform the testing? No, guys. Okay, here some independent companies who are specialized in testing such kind of regulation standards in general are going to perform this compliance and or regulation testing, which both have the same different name but the same thing. Okay, and so coming to the regulation testing again, a lot of things I already covered about regulation testing, that but there is one more testing known as conformance testing. Okay, this is compliance testing, which is also known as regulation testing. There is one more testing known as conformance testing. There's small difference between the compliance and conformance, and okay, so there is a small difference between compliance testing and conformance. That is nothing but regulation and conformance testing. Coming to the regulation testing, it is done in a formal way. Okay, it has a process oriented way. It is performed and precise way. Very accurate results will be there according to the standards. They check the standards in a accurate manner. But coming to the conformance testing, which is another type of testing which does the same thing similar to compliance and regulation, is informal way. Okay, conformance is informal and non-precise way, guys. Coming to regulation testing, which is compliance testing, it is done in a formal and precise way of testing standards. So hope guys you understood what is regulation testing in this session. So that's all for this session. The next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all, welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 344. That is, what is standards testing? Let me answer. So what is standards testing? Standards testing is also known as compliance testing or regulation testing. Okay, I already covered what is compliance and what is regulation testing in the previous sessions of the same series. So another name for compliance testing or regulation testing is known as standards testing. Here we are checking as software testers, we have to test whether the developed or built software is meeting the client given required standards and regulations or not. Okay, according to the required standards and regulations, the software has been developed or not is tested as part of the standards testing, which is also known as compliance testing and regulation testing. But what exactly these standards are? What is the meaning of standards? Let me explain. we can categorize the standards into the IT and non-IT categories. IT means software related standards. Non-IT means non-software related standards. Coming to the IT, I'll take one example, that is W3C, World Wide Web Consortium. Okay. So if you take an example, guys, okay, so there is a software known as Selenium software, which is very pretty famous in testing, software testing world for automating web applications. Okay. So till Selenium 1, Selenium 2, Selenium 3 versions, okay, Selenium was not W3C standardized. Okay. But recently, that is a few months back, okay, just few months back, if you are talking about this year and all, data and all, a few months back, okay, the Selenium 4 version got released. What was a major change from Selenium 3 to Selenium 4 was Selenium 4 is W3C standardized. Why Selenium guys have made a decision of making the Selenium 3 version and migrating that to Selenium 4 and making that W3C standardized? The reason behind that was, the reason behind that was, okay, if a particular software is standardized, what happens? Automatically, all the other softwares in the ecosystem of the Selenium automation will accept it easily. All the browsers surrounding Selenium, all the operating systems surrounding Selenium, all the other tools surrounding Selenium will accept the Selenium easy because now it is a standard one, okay, quality one. So people, right, anything which is of good quality and all people try to use and market will rise like anything. Okay, that was the thing. Coming to the non-IT guys, I will take an example of ISI. In India, we have this ISI standard. Okay, so if you go to any market in India and try to purchase a local product or any product, okay, from anywhere in the market, if that particular product is not marked with ISI mark, then it's not a standard product. Okay, you are purchasing some duplicate product which may not give you the proper results as expected. Okay, so ISI in India stands for Indian Standards Institute. Okay, and example is helmets case. Okay, so we generally we have, everyone have bikes, right? We have to put on helmets, okay, while riding the bikes. So what if you're unlucky and met with an accident, the helmet is one thing that is going to protect you. But if you are purchasing an helmet which is of duplicate quality, which doesn't have this ISI standard mark, okay, in India, so what happens when you met with, unluckily, if you are, when you met with such kind of accidents, okay, what happens, the helmets will break and you will be, your life will be at risk. So people in India, what they will do is when they, whenever they purchase helmets and if they are really concerned about their health and all, okay, they look for ISI mark on the helmets. Okay, so set the standards for industrial products, guys. Okay, to give a sense of quality and trust on the products. Okay, standards are required. So who will perform this software testing? That is standards testing, or which is also known as compliance or regulation testing. Who generally performs? Normal software testing companies generally perform, generally doesn't perform the standards testing. So for performing the standards testing or compliance or regulation testing, there will be separate individual independent companies who are specialized in performing the standards testing. Okay, those companies generally perform the standards testing. Okay, they are also into software testing, but they are specialized in testing the standards of the softwares and all. Okay, those companies will perform the standards testing. And standards testing is a formal way and precise way of testing standards, guys. We have one more type of testing apart from compliance, standards, and regulation. Okay, which all these three are the same, but we have one more name, that is conformance testing, which is an informal and non-precise way of testing standards. It also does the testing of the standards, but in an informal and non-precise way it will done. But standards, compliance, and regulation testing will do the testing of the standards of the particular developed software in a formal and accurate manner, precise way. Okay. So hope guys you understood what is standards testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 345. That is, what is concurrency testing? Let me answer. So what is concurrency testing? Concurrency testing is performed to find the defects which result when multiple users are simultaneously using the same functionality of the application. Understand this clearly, guys. Okay. Concurrency testing is performed. How it is performed? With an intention of finding the defects in the software by allowing multiple users, okay, multiple users to use the same application, same functionality of the application at the same time. That's what is concurrency testing. So generally concurrency testing is performed naturally in performance testing, guys. Okay. What happens in performance testing is we use some tools like load runner, JMeter kind of tools, which actually generate the user load, virtual user load. They are not real users, but virtual users will be created, and these virtual users will be, okay, directed towards a particular functionality of the software. For example, 1,000 users are going to search on Amazon.com. Okay. Same product, same search functionality, 1,000 users simultaneously at the same time are going to search. What is advantage of performing this concurrency testing? When you see in real world, in real market, okay, in real time, what happens if there is an application like Amazon or Flipkart or whatever the application is there, not a single user is going to use and other user is going to stand behind the first user and wait for the turn to use the software. It's not going to happen like that. The same software, okay, which is available online like Amazon.com, millions of users are coming at the same time and trying to purchase the products. There is a chance where millions, in that millions users, most of the users may try to purchase the same product and do the same activity on the application at the same time, but nothing should happen. Application should work fine, performance should not degrade, speed of the application should be good, and there should not be any defects like item is not available. Such kind of defects should not come. Concurrency, simultaneous working on the application should be encouraged to check whether the application is supporting multiple users to use the same application at the same time, the same functionality of the same application at the same time. That testing is nothing but concurrency testing. So hope guys you understood what is concurrency testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 346. That is, what is concurrent testing? Let me answer. So what is concurrent testing? Concurrent testing, another name is concurrency testing. In the previous session, I explained about concurrency testing, which is also same as concurrent testing. Both are same guys, okay? In either in concurrency testing, concurrent testing, we do the same thing, okay? Is performed to find the defects in the software which results when multiple users are using the same functionality of the application at the same time. Simultaneously, if the same functionality of the application is being used by multiple users, okay, and if you are trying to find the defects out of them when multiple users are trying to use simultaneously same application, same functionality at the same time, if you are trying to find the defects which are coming because of that concurrent testing levels, okay, is called as concurrent testing. Okay. So example generally guys, when you talk about concurrent testing, the simple example comes out is a performance testing guys. Okay, we use tools like load runner and JMeter, which will auto generate some virtual users instead of real users. We cannot call lakhs of people and ask them to sign in at the same time, search for a product at the same time, purchase the same product at the same time. That is not possible. So what we do as part of software testing in performance testing engineering is we use some tools like load runner, JMeter. What they will do is, okay, we just have to enter the number of users, and this tool will simulate the real users in terms of virtual users, and these virtual users are going to perform some action on the application, maybe searching for the same product on the application, like thousand users, okay, at the same time have to search for a product on the application, same product, same application, same functionality. Okay, and by doing that, what is the outcome? Is application become slow, or are there any errors coming, like the product is not available at this moment even though it's showing on the screen that product is available, okay, not in stock, out of stock, such kind of messages are coming, or is application crashing? We have to test such kind of outcomes, okay, such kind of defects when multiple users are using the same functionality of the application at the same time. Okay, and if you are getting any defects, okay, if your intention is to find some defects when multiple users at the same time they are using the same functionality of the application, that testing is called as concurrent testing. It's also called as concurrency testing also. Okay, this is one of the example. So hope guys you understood what is concurrent testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I am going to answer software testing interview question 347. That is, what is multi-user testing? Let me answer. So, what is multi-user testing? Multi-user testing is also known as concurrency testing or concurrent testing. I already explained about concurrency testing and concurrent testing in the previous sessions of this series. Okay, now I'm going to explain the other name for concurrency testing and concurrent testing, that is multi-user testing, which is nothing but same. Okay, in this testing, okay, we test whether any defects are arising when multiple users are simultaneously using the same functionality of the application. Let's say there is an e-commerce application and there is a search functionality. Okay, if there are multiple users using multiple in different machines, guys, okay, from different locations also if required, what they are doing, they are searching for the same products, they are searching for the same laptop in the e-commerce website. Let's say Amazon, in Amazon you are searching for a HP laptop, and all the other people who are at different locations from their machines at the same time, while this user is searching, other users are also searching for the same HP laptop. Okay, same functionality, same application they are using. Okay, they are, and if they are doing like that simultaneously, are there any defects coming? That checking is nothing but multi-user testing. Okay, defects should not come. If defects are coming means we have to report the defects. So what kind of defects may come when multiple people, okay, are using the same functionality of the application simultaneously? Which type of defects may come? Performance defects may come, like application may become slow, or sometimes you will get weird kind of error saying that the item is not available. Okay, even though the application is saying that available. Okay, since many people are using the same functionality, they are searching for that. In the search results, some people are not getting the results. Server is not giving a proper response because multiple users are simultaneously using. Maybe internally the programming code is not written properly, where you see multi-threading concept is not implemented by developers properly, and because of that there is a possibility of getting defects, guys. Okay, so example for this multi-user testing is generally performance testing, guys. In performance testing we use tools like load runner and jmeter. Okay, especially in performance testing, okay, we use tools like load runner and jmeter, which will auto generate, okay, which will auto generate whatever the number you give in the tools. For example, if you say 1000, so this load runner and jmeter tools will auto generate virtual users, not real users, guys, virtual users. Okay, and some action will be given to this virtual users. Okay, all this 1000 virtual users will be hitting the server. Let's say they are searching the same product in the same application at the same time. Okay, like that kind of things we can do in performance testing to see what's happening. Are there any defects coming? Is the application becoming slow? Is searching happening slow? Are the search results coming or not? Okay, such kind of defects we can find it out. Okay, with this multi-user testing, which is also known as concurrency testing and concurrent testing. So hope guys you understood what is multi-user testing. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello all. Welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 348. That is, what is conversion testing? Let me answer. So what is conversion testing? So let's say guys there is an application. So the application is live. Okay, it is already live and released into the market, and some people are coming and going and using the application. The application is getting some daily visitors, it is getting some count of visitors. Let's say every day some 500 users are coming to the application. Okay, so they are reading the content from the application, and out of 500, let's say 100 people are clicking on the links. Okay, clicking on some ads or whatever it is. Okay, the application is displaying some ads on the right side or whatever it is. So this 100 out of 500 visitors, 100 are clicking on the ads. Okay, and let's say only 5 people are purchasing the course. Okay, the application also has a course where 5 people are purchasing the course. Okay, this is what is happening every day. Some 500 visitors are coming to the application. 100 users are clicking on the ads, whereas 5 users are purchasing the course from the website. Okay, this is what is happening at one scenario. So one day, the owner of the application has thought that, okay, let's change the design of the application so that more number of visitors may come. Okay, and also more clicks will happen on the ads, and also more more number of courses need to be purchased from the website. Okay, this is what the owner thought of. Then what the owner has done? The owner has simply changed the design of the application, the way the application, the components, the functionality of the application, the owner has changed and tested it again. Okay, and released into the market with the new version, latest version. Okay, old version, 500 users, 500 visitors, and under that 100 were clicking on the ads and 5 were purchasing the course. Now what's happening? 1000. Okay, after changing the, okay, after changing the components of the software, or after changing the design and how the application look and feel, everything after changing as an experimentation, after releasing that into the market, the visitors count may go up if the people like the design and the way of using the application, or may go down also. Let's assume a positive case here. Let's say because of this components change and functionality change in the application or software, let's say instead of 500 users, the site started getting 1000 visitors every day. Okay, okay, whatever something has been done, some changes have been done to the site. Because of that, instead of 500 user visitors, now 1000 visitors are coming. In their 1000 visitors, let's say 200 are clicking on the ads. Okay, 200 or like 300 people are clicking on the ads, and daily 10 people are purchasing the course from the website. Okay, so this is what. So testing, conversion testing is nothing but changing the look and feel or components or functionality of the software to see if there is any rise or down in the number of visitors, clicks and leads in the software. Okay, checking or testing whether by changing the, okay, the functionality of the software or look and feel of the software, whatever the changes to be done to the software, okay, to see if there is any increase or decrease in the number of visitors visiting the website, number of clicks done by the visitors, okay, and number of conversions, leads. Okay, so how many purchases happen from the website, all these things fall into the conversion testing, guys. Okay, so hope guys you understood what is conversion testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 349. That is, what is decision coverage testing? Let me answer. So, what is decision coverage testing? Testing the decision outcomes in a program is known as decision coverage testing. I'm going to explain this statement with an example so that you can understand easily. It falls into the white box testing category, where developers will be performing this decision coverage testing by testing the total decision outcomes in the program. Okay, so here is a sample program, guys, as you can see. Okay, so here only one decision is there, one condition is there, or one condition expression is there. It will result in either true or false. Okay, the total outcome of this particular, okay, condition expression or decision, whatever you call. Okay, here in this program only one decision place is there, and it will result either in true or false. If it is true, this if block will be executed, otherwise else block will be executed. That means when you call this method and pass 1 2 here, a will 1 will go into a and 2 will go into b. 1 greater than 2 is false, so it will go in this direction. So code coverage wise, else block got covered, but this part didn't get covered. So how many total decision outcomes we have tested so far with this 1 2? Only one. Okay, okay, only one. But how many are possible? True is possible. Okay, true outcome is possible, false outcome is possible. Total possible outcomes are 2, but only tested ones are 1. Okay, 1 by 2 into 100, 50% decision coverage has been done. So only one test case we have executed as part of decision coverage testing. Now what I will do is I'll just change it to 2 1. 2 will go into a, 1 will go into b. 2 greater than 1 is true, and if block will get executed, a is greater than b will be printed. So now total possible outcomes are 2 from this decision statement, and total tested are also 2. 2 divided by 2 into 100, that is 100%. We have done the decision coverage testing. So hope guys you understood what is decision coverage testing. Okay, where we exercise or check or test the decision outcomes in the program. Here in this program only one decision outcome is there, but in real programs there may be many decision outcomes. Okay, based on that we need to perform testing. Okay, that much amount of testing need to be performed based on the number of decision outcomes in the program. Okay, so this is what is decision coverage testing. So hope guys you understood what is decision coverage testing in this session. So that's all for this session. In the next session, I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye. Hello, welcome to this session. In this session, I'm going to answer software testing interview question 350. That is, what is destructive testing? Let me answer. So, what is destructive testing? Destructive testing is performed on the application with an intention of failing it. To test how robust the application is by testing the unpredictable user behavior with an intention of finding the failures. Okay, let me summarize this statement for you. So let's say there is an application, guys. Let's say there is an application. Okay, so as part of destructive testing, the software testers need to find out how robust the application is, how strong, how stable the application is. Okay, once normal defects have been fixed and all, the application reaches a stage where it is confirmed as stable. Okay, now at this kind of situation, when application becomes unbreakable, then what software testers will do is they will check the robustness of the application. Okay, they will go to the extreme levels. Okay, where they will test the software application with an intention of failing it. Okay, though application is stable, our intention is still to fail it. Okay, already the major defects are fixed and application is working very seamlessly, properly. Quality of the application is very good. Still, software testers need to find some extra defects where they have to go to some extreme levels to see how robust the application is. Okay, so to see, it's an intention of breaking the application, guys. Okay, by testing using some scenarios which generally users doesn't follow, guys. Okay, some unexpected user behavior, some very fast we'll be testing. Okay, where we'll be going here and there, like very fastly we'll be testing some functionalities of the software, or repeatedly doing some action to see whether application is able to bear our speed and all. Okay, the speed of the user using it, or kind of situations where the user generally don't do that, but what if the user does that kind of situations. Okay, so without leaving anything, our intention is, even though application is stable, quality of the software is very good, still we want to break the application by doing some kind of extreme things on the application to see how robust the application is. Okay, unpredictable user behavior will check on the application with an intention of finding some extra defects in the software, even after the application is very quite stable and quality of the software is already very good. Okay, that kind of testing is called as destructive testing. So hope guys you understood what is destructive testing in this session. So that's all for this session. The next session I'm going to answer another software testing interview question for you. Till then, see you. Bye bye.